Chapter 1568. Qin Feng looked at Shi Han and chuckled. This is the origin of a greater world expert. It contains the divinity of the greater world level saint god, as well as the essence of his entire body. The origin essence of a greater world level expert. Shi Han's pupils constricted when she heard that. Her gaze fell on the void above the square. There were 4 balls of light like this in the Master God's hall. Did that mean? Shi Han's heart trembled violently. Qin Feng seemed to have seen through the depths of Shi Han's heart. The ball of Saint God's origin in front of you was left behind by a fire tribute Saint God. It is also the only ball of Saint God's origin that you can absorb. He paused slightly. Although the absolute beginning is not an acquired flame, it can contain an acquired flame origin. Moreover, it is superior to the acquired flame origin. If you absorb it, it can at least increase your chances of attaining the Great Path by more than 10%. More than 10% chance of attaining the Great Path. Shi Han's beautiful eyes were as clear as water. In the Spirit Sea, there were many quasi-world level experts gradually emerging. However, there are almost none who could claim that they had more than a 10% chance of attaining the Great Path. Even in the Spirit Sea, the Grand Supreme Ancestor God, the mother of all rivers and the Dragon Emperor of the EC, who were said to have the highest chance of attaining the Great Path, were sitting on huge providence as support. However, the 3 of them did not dare to pat their chests and say that they had more than a 10% chance of attaining the Great Path. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the ball of flame origin. His 5 fingers curled into a claw and grabbed it in the air. Streaks of invisible purple gas appeared in his palm. The image of billions of beings in the heavens worshipping appeared on his palm. Heavenly Path Divine Seal. After condensing the Dharmakaya of the wheel of the Heavenly Path of the Spirit Sea, this super divine spell had been completely solidified. Discord was in a predicament where it could not be used outside the Spirit Sea. Countless mysterious and difficult runes appeared on his palm. They surrounded the flame origin and shrank inch by inch, merging into the flame origin. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the cold and elegant primordial goddess in the distance. Now, I've sealed this flame essence with the heavenly Tao divine seal art and sent it into your body. You can slowly absorb it and turn it into your own. I guarantee that you'll be able to absorb this flame essence to the greatest extent possible. Qin Feng then pointed his finger, and the fire origin turned into a stream of light and quietly entered Shi Han's body. Shi Han raised her eyebrows and closed her eyes slightly. She could sense that a huge Tai Chu space had been opened in her heart. Inside the space, a ball of fire origin was burning fiercely, and a surge of power was contained within. Occasionally, strands of fire origin would seep in her body, refining her Tai Chu divine power bit by bit and boosting her innate Tai Chu divine emperor godhead. Almost at every moment, her origin was growing silently. It wouldn't take long for her to become an innate celestial monarch. Thank you, your majesty. Shi Han opened her eyes. Her posture was graceful, her almond-shaped eyes were bright, and there was a hint of gratefulness in them. Honor, there is no distinction between you and me. Qin Feng laughed loudly. His figure flashed and appeared beside the goddess. He stretched out an arm and wrapped it around the white-robed goddess's slender waist. The familiar masculine aura was scorching and domineering. Although the goddess was strong, she couldn't help but feel weak in her limbs. Your Majesty, she couldn't help but blush. Her eyes were like spring water, and her emotions were surging. My love, we haven't been intimate for a long time. Qin Feng gently nibbled on the white-clothed goddess's earlobe. The goddess's beautiful face blushed. Qin Feng roared with laughter when he saw this, and then he grabbed the goddess's slender legs before his figure instantly flashed and vanished on the spot. A week later, a white light escaped from the Master God's palace in a hurry. His body was like a demon god. His handsome face was sharp, and his eyes were like stars. His black hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall. Qin Feng looked at the escaping goddess with a faint smile on his face. After a whole week of sex, Even with her innate celestial emperor body and the recovery of her acquired fire origin, her bones were still numb, and she couldn't take it anymore. In a flash, Qin Feng put on his clothes, and his expression returned to normal. The occasional indulgence was just for the sake of better cultivation. His gaze landed on the three remaining Shun origin of fire in the Master God's palace. The innate Tai Chi origin, the innate force origin, and the postnatal lightning origin. It would be difficult to find a master for these three. Among his concubines, none of them cultivated the innate Tai Chi, postnatal lightning, or innate force. None of them were even close to him. As for the many experts in the Spirit Sea God system, there were some quasi-world level experts who were compatible with these three Shun origin. For example, the Thunder Grand Heavenly Venerate of the 8 Division Gods was a quasi-world level expert who cultivated the postnatal lightning origin. However, this was too extravagant. Moreover, Qin Feng wasn't so generous as to give away the precious Shun origin to his subordinates. While thinking, Qin Feng quickly came up with an idea. With a thought, rumble. The experts in the Spirit Sea immediately sensed it. Above the Heavenly Palace's Merit Hall, endless golden light bloomed from the Merit Hall, startling the experts in the universe. The experts who were exchanging merit points for treasures in the Merit Hall were shocked. Such a powerful treasure was emitting golden light. This was a sign that a great treasure was on the list. Many experts hurriedly looked at the All Heavens merit list in the middle. The 3 treasures at the top of the merit list had already been replaced. In third place was a treasure called the Postnatal Lightning Origin, and there was an introduction at the back. The Postnatal Lightning Origin and Postnatal Origin treasure was refined after the fall of the extraterritorial world realm Sacred God of Thunder. It contains the wonders of the Postnatal Lightning Origin. Effect can greatly enhance the world origin or a cultivator's origin. Special note: according to the speculation of the Spirit Sea Lord, the primeval sacred god, a quasi-world level expert of the lightning origin can increase the chances of attaining the Tao by more than 10%. Can be exchanged for 3 billion merit points. Can be exchanged for 3 billion merit points. Many experts were a little dazed. 3 billion merit points was simply unheard of. It was a heaven-defying price. Many powerhouses were shocked as they looked up at the Heavens Merit Exchange section. Ranked second on the All Heavens Merit Exchange list, the origin of primordial power, a primordial origin treasure that was refined after the fall of an extraterritorial saint god of primordial power. It contained the profundity of primordial power. Effect can greatly enhance the world origin or a cultivator's origin. Special note: according to the speculation of the Spirit Sea Lord, the primeval sacred god, a quasi-world level expert of the postnatal origin can increase the chances of attaining the Tao by more than 10%. Can be exchanged for 4 billion merit points. There is also a postnatal origin treasure at the top. However, many experts had no time to look at it. The experts of the major forces had already gone crazy and rushed to the headquarters of the major forces. In the eyes of many experts, only the words origin treasure were left. Chapter 1569. The Guo family was a small, ordinary family. They didn't have a long history. At the end of the Antiquity Era, the era before the Spirit Sea's evolution was called the Antiquity Era, they were just an ordinary family with 1,000 years of history. They cowered in a city in the lightning spiritual region. Like many other ordinary families, they fought for control of a city in hopes of standing out. Guo Yuchen was a junior cultivator of the Guo family. He originally thought that he would be like some of the Guo family's senior cultivators, holed up in Thunder Rain City and fought with the other families for the rest of his life. However, the Spirit Sea's world changed and returned to the Antiquity Era. This changed the fate of too many people, too many families, and too many sections. Guo family's fate was also changed. Guo family's cultivators were lucky. As the world changed, primordial Xingqian school gradually stood out. While the other forces were still observing and considering, the head of the Guo family took over. He decided to side with primordial Xingqian school, which was still in the embryonic stage of the spirit sea god system. Reality proved that Gua family had good foresight. Primordial Xingqian school had its ups and downs, but after the primordial beginnings Saint God's Tao, it became the spirit sea god system, a colossus that spanned across the heavens. Gua family's initial investment reaped great returns. The spirit sea divine system's sentient will and many small factions followed them, and they gave many of their subordinate factions great rewards. Today, the families that followed Gua family to side with primordial Xingqian school each received a piece of the outer realms as their territory. Gua family was the same. In ancient times, only the top god-fiend clans and emperor-level clans could possess an outer realm world as their territory. Gua family rose up. Thanks to the Gua family taking advantage of this opportunity to transform, the entire Gua family's strength rapidly increased at the beginning of the 1,000 years after the Spirit Sea's transformation. They even had 2 innate deity kings. Innate deity kings. This was unimaginable in the Gua family of Thunder Rain City. Gui Yuchen was one of them. He was very lucky to have obtained part of the inheritance of the 5 Thunder Great Emperor, an ancient peerless expert. The 5 Lightning's Great Emperor was the current Thunder Clan's Grand Empyrean, Lei Qianxiu. When the Thunder Tribe's great heavenly venerate, Lei Qianxiu, emerged and became the leader of the Thunder Tribe, Gui Yuchen entered the Thunder Tribe. She caught the eye of the Thunder Tribe's great heavenly venerate, Lei Qianxiu, and was accepted as a disciple in name. Today, he was carrying out the duties of the Lightning Department, and after he killed a God King that had committed evil, he'd originally intended to use a portion of the virtue points he obtained to exchange for some divine materials. He was going to head to the Fire Tribe's Heaven's Craft residence to refine his natal divine weapon. As soon as the 3 origin energy treasures appeared, he immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Of course, Gui Yuchen was very clear that even if he had cultivated the innate deity king body, he still did not have the capital to exchange for the acquired lightning origin. 3 billion merit points was an unbearable amount, even for some innate celestial monarchs. But that might not be the case for Lei Qianxiu. However, Gui Yuchen was very clear that in the Spirit Sea, the Thunder Tribe's Grand Empyrean, Lei Qianxiu, wasn't the only lightning-type quasi-major 1,000-world level expert. For example, the Guest Elder, the Thunder Rock Demon Emperor, was the supreme ancestor of the dark lightning rock race of the wild, desolate spirit realm. There was also Ancestor God Du Tian. Ancestor God Du Tian was the first lightning god in the primordial era. He had fallen several times before, but now he had been reborn. Furthermore, he had become one of the Thunder Tribe's celestial monarchs and one of the Thunder Tribe's 8 lightning ancestors. His position in the Thunder Tribe was only slightly inferior to the Thunder Tribe's Grand Empyrean. He could be said to be a strong competitor for the Thunder Tribe's Grand Empyrean. Once he broke through first, he would definitely challenge the Thunder Tribe's Master of Gods. There were also the 2 ancient lightning ancestors, and they were not ordinary people. One could imagine how passive the Thunder Tribe's Grand Empyrean, 5 Thunder Great Emperor, will be once they receive the news first. There was no lack of the lightning ancestors' trusted aides and spies in the palace. I can't let them get ahead of me. Such a thought flashed through Gui Yuchen's mind, and in the next moment, his eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Pucci, a blood-red lightning bolt flew out from the All-Heaven Merit Palace. Blood escape. Seeing this scene, many experts in the All-Heaven Merit Palace were stunned. Blood escape consumed one's own essence blood as the price to increase the speed of the escape art. Generally speaking, blood escape was only used when fleeing for one's life. Because the essence blood consumed by blood escape was one's foundation, it would leave a very terrifying hidden injury or even permanently damage one's foundation. However, it was undeniable that this method of burning one's essence blood was simple but very effective. In an instant, many experts' eyes turned red. Streams of light shot out in all directions. In the Firmament Imperial Court, the Thunder Tribe's office was built on another branch of the Chaos World Tree. It was a huge elemental world formed purely by lightning. A blood-red light streaked across the sky, and a pale Guiyuchin appeared in the Thunder Tribe's Battle Thunder Hall. At this moment, in the Hall of Fighting Thunder, many experts of the Thunder Sect were dealing with a lot of official documents through the interlocking Thunder Nets set by the inescapable net. The Thunder Tribe's Grand Empyrean had manifested his divine kingdom, creating a divine kingdom avatar to preside over everything here. This divine kingdom avatar had stripped away the 7 emotions and 6 desires, leaving only the original divine kingdom avatar. It was selfless, and incomparably just. Profound Thunder God King, what happened to you? Who hurt you? On the divine throne, the 5 Thunder Emperor frowned as he looked at the profound Thunder God King, who had suddenly barged in. As one of the Thunder Tribe's God Kings, Guiyuchin's strength wasn't low. Moreover, Thunder Tribe experts were known for their offensive power that far exceeded those of the same level. Who could hurt profound Thunder God King? Although the Sin God he was sent to capture was also a God King, it was definitely impossible for him to injure profound Thunder God King to this extent. Guiyuchin's breathing was hurried. He ignored his injuries from using too much essence blood and sent a hurried voice transmission. Heavenly Venerable, quickly prepare merit points. There's an acquired Thunder origin from the Thunder Saint God on the All Heavens merit ranking. It's worth 3 billion merit points. What? Acquired Thunder origin? The 5 Thunder Emperor's expression froze. The next moment, a majestic figure flashed and appeared in the Battle Thunder Hall. Lightning exploded. 2 5 Thunder Emperors. It was the original body of the 5 Thunder Emperor, who was cultivating in seclusion. His eyes were blazing, and countless bolts of lightning surrounded him. The Thunder Precepts directly manifested in the hall. It was enough to show how excited this Thunder Tribe's great Heavenly Venerable was. "Ha, good lad." He said good 3 times in a row. It was enough to show how shocked the 5 Thunder Emperor was. No one knew better than them how important acquired Thunder origin was to quasi-world level experts like them. Almost instinctively, he filled the residences of the various great Heavenly Venerables as fast as he could. After half a day, the 5 Thunder Emperor, who was in debt and almost broke, entered the All Heavens Merit Hall and was the first to exchange for the acquired Thunder origin. It wasn't just the 5 Thunder Emperor. After the 3 origin treasures were listed, the entire Spirit Sea was in an uproar. Chapter 1570. On the Heavens Merit Exchange list, origin source treasures were ranked above the human, yellow, mystic, earth, heaven, and connate grades. They were considered the top treasures. If it weren't for the Lord of the Spirit Sea and the primeval divine god, the Lingshao celestial court would have been reduced to a bloody battlefield. 3 origins of Saint Gods. I didn't expect him to not only resist the chaos fleet of the Western Dragon God system several hundred years ago, but he also captured 4 Saint Gods alive. Within the Sun Palace, the light origin holy god ancestor Phoenix's eyes trembled. Hundreds of years ago, Qin Feng had escaped unscathed. The gods only knew that he had single-handedly repelled the invasion of the Western Dragon God system and successfully protected the Spirit Sea. While he was at it, he also killed 2 saint deities. In the primal chaos, there had been 2 instances of the great Tao sorrow, where the laws had turned into blood. Ancestor Phoenix had seen this clearly. However, he did not expect Qin Feng to capture 3 Shang deities alive. Killing a sacred god and capturing 2 sacred gods were 2 completely different concepts. Although it was true that a rank 16 saint deity was not a match for a rank 17 king of the Greater Thousand Realms, he was still capable of shattering his own sovereign's godhead and shattering the laws. Broken jade and intact tiles. There was only one way to capture someone alive, and that was if the person couldn't even react in time and was forcefully suppressed and sealed. He looked at the 2 remaining connate origins on the All Heavens merit roll. The 5 Thunders Emperor is really lucky. He actually took the initiative. He sighed inwardly. She shook her head inwardly as she looked at the many Phoenix clan powerhouses who were eager to give a try. The Phoenix race was strong, but there were very few quasi-Greater Thousand World Realm experts. The Phoenix ancestor landed on the Thunder Phoenix, ancestral god of the Thunder Phoenix clan. If the acquired Thunder origin had not been bought by the 5 Thunder Great Emperor, she might have been able to give it a try. However, the Phoenix frowned. Perhaps she could give it a try now. As a 16th generation post-celestial saint deity, to reach the 17th step, he needed to comprehend the innate law and then fuse with an opposite innate law. Buying a Sciention origin source was a good choice. In the future, if the rules were different from the Sciention origin source, it would be useful when breaking through to the 17th level. They could plan for a rainy day. However, for Billion was undoubtedly a sky-high price. Even though she was a sacred god, she still felt a headache coming on. That was a sky-high price. Even if they sold the entire Phoenix clan, they still wouldn't be able to afford it. Ancestor Phoenix could not help but curse that person in her heart for being a bandit. However, the Sciention source energy was indeed worth the price. In the netherworld, the earthly sovereign and the holy god were awakened from their seclusion. The origin of innate power, the origin of innate Tai Chi. There was a look of pity in his eyes. Those two innate origins were undoubtedly extremely precious. However, what earthly sovereign Shan Wang Daoi needed the most wasn't the innate Qi origin or the innate Tai Chi origin, but the innate death origin. But maybe I could buy it first. Earthly sovereign sacred god King Daoi had the same thought as Phoenix ancestor. Better safe than sorry. Innate source energies were not common. As for the huge price of 4 billion merit points, Wang Daoi frowned slightly. Since the earthly sovereign had taken over the netherworld, the powerful warriors of the earthly sovereign's faction were scattered all over the huge mountain ranges and spiritual mountains. As the first postnatal saint god to be born under the spirit ocean dominator, he was undoubtedly very wealthy. However, 4 billion merit points was something that even the netherworld could not afford. Looks like I can only borrow from the outside. Wang Daoi felt a little helpless. It was hard to imagine that he, the lord of the underworld, the earthly sovereign sacred god, would one day have to borrow from the outside. However, at this moment, Wang Daoi's expression changed. It wasn't just Wang Daoi. At this moment, everyone in the Spirit Sea who were paying attention to the Khanate origins on the All Heavens merit roll and were collecting debts everywhere saw the Khanate Tai Chi origin, which was ranked first, disappear in a flash of golden light. Someone had exchanged for the innate Tai Chi origin. This thought flashed across the minds of all the powerful warriors. In the next moment, the eyes of many warriors turned red. Who? At this moment, many of the quasi-world realm warriors lost their composure. Their faces were ferocious as they looked around the spirit ocean crazily, as if they were going to devour someone. Waves of uncontrollable aura manifested into lightning and fire that filled the myriad worlds, causing billions of people to turn pale with fright. Innate source energies were like life-saving straws in the eyes of many powerful warriors. Yet, someone had snatched it from the jaws of a tiger. However, the person who bought the innate Tai Chi origin wasn't as high-profile as the 5 Thunder Emperor. She didn't come directly in person. She had bought the innate Tai Chi origin without anyone noticing. There were probably only 2 people who knew who had bought the innate Tai Chi origin. One was the primeval saint god, and the other was the owner of the All Heavens merit ranking, the All Heavens space-time and trading master. Who the hell is it? How dare they beat me to it? On the throne of the underworld, Wang Daoi's expression was ugly. Of the 2 innate origins, he preferred the innate Tai Chi origin more. His gaze was sharp as he looked around the myriad worlds and into the depths of the greater worlds. 4 billion merit points was an extremely heavy debt, even for the underworld. There weren't many in the spirit ocean who were qualified to buy it. In the Master God's palace on the Chaos World Tree, Qin Feng sat on the god throne formed by the Chaos World Tree in the center of the spirit ocean. His brows furrowed, and the corners of his mouth twitched. When the innate Tai Chi origin was bought, he realized that the merit points in his merit card had decreased by 4 billion. Of course, this wasn't Qin Feng playing the game of buying and selling. Someone really did buy the innate Tai Chi origin with his merit points. Qin Feng's merit points had been accumulating since the establishment of the Spirit Ocean God system. In the all-heavens space-time trading master, most of the most primitive spiritual items were provided by him. Many spiritual items were sold in his Master God World's planes. After these spiritual items were sold, the all-heavens space-time and trading master would transfer a portion of the profit to him every year. Qin Feng didn't know how many merit points he had, but 4 billion was still not a small number. On the throne, Qin Feng's expression sank. He remembered that he had made several supplementary cards out of his merit card and given them to a few concubines. According to the concubines' grades, they were divided into 5 grades. Each supplementary card could earn a portion of merit points. The lowest grade card could earn 100 million merit points, but there was only one supplementary card that could earn 4 billion merit points. It was the Emperor's card. Qin Feng remembered that he had given the Emperor's card to Red Lotus. Is that girl preparing to? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with thought. Underground on the blood god throne in the endless blood river, Red Lotus opened her palm, and a huge ball of light floated in the air. Chapter 1571. The innate Tai Chi origin wasn't the Tai Chi of the 4 divisions of Yin and Yang. Among the innate 5 manifestations, it was the Tai Chi of Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, and Tai. Rather than Tai Chi, it was more accurate to call it the Tao of innate infinity. The Tao of infinity was the essence of Tai Chi. The essence of Tai Chi was the essence of Qi. Yin and Yang were divided into heaven and earth. Before the universe's Qi gave birth to form, the universe's form contained Qi. The essence of Qi was Yin and Yang, and the essence of Qi was Tai Chi infinity was endless. This was innately compatible with the changes of the endless blood river. If it was before the innate Tai Chi origin, Red Lotus would have taken a step back and tried to combine with the postnatal blood law. But the birth of the innate Tai Chi origin and the birth of the innate Tai Chi origin moved Red Lotus. The innate Tai Chi origin was absorbed into her body inch by inch. The innate Tai Chi origin, Saint God's imprints, and the Tai Chi origin were all removed. Only a portion of the pure Tai Chi origin law was left. Blood mist roiled in her body, and endless blood light fused into her body. She slowly began to derive the innate Tai Chi true inheritance. In the main God's palace, Qin Feng's gaze pierced through the 18 levels of hell and into the depths of the endless blood river. Qin Feng instantly understood Red Lotus's every move and intention. A trace of surprise flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. However, he understood Hong Lian better. The endless blood river contained life, death, and yin and yang. It was actually a good choice to elevate the innate life and death and innate yin and yang. However, the spirit sea couldn't produce the innate life and death and innate yin and yang laws in a short period of time. The innate Tai Chi origin was a good choice. Moreover, the spirit sea produced the innate Tai Chi origin law. But Qin Feng frowned. There were pros and cons. The endless blood river and the 18 levels of hell greatly enhanced the postnatal blood law and the postnatal evil law. If Red Lotus focused on the innate Tai Chi origin law, the endless blood river and the 18 levels of hell's enhancement would be minimal. Qin Feng's original plan was to let Red Lotus attain the Tao with his help. The Red Lotus was born from the blood fiend will of heaven and earth. It was extremely suitable for cultivating the acquired blood precepts. With the help of Qin Feng, the ruler of the spirit sea, the chances of him attaining his Tao were extremely high. However, if he were to switch to the innate Tai Chi laws, it would be extremely dangerous. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. Based on his understanding of Red Lotus was sometimes very obedient, but at other times, she was abnormally stubborn. He might not be able to persuade Hong Lian. Furthermore, this was Red Lotus's own will and choice. Every quasi-greater thousand-world realm expert had their own choice, their own path. Qin Feng thought, "Fine, since you have the heart, I'll lend you a hand." With a point of his finger, A stream of light tore through the endless space-time and fell into the depths of the endless blood river, into the red lotus body. This is... Red Lotus opened her eyes on the divine throne formed by the crimson blood river. Two faint crimson dots flickered in her eyes. The authority of the heavenly network. Her eyes flashed with a hint of gentleness. She glanced in the direction of the Chaos World tree and snorted softly. She could feel the power of the heavenly network converging in her divine soul. Her deduction and calculation abilities were more than 10 times faster than before. What a biased guy. In the All Heavens trading space, the All Heavens trading network was connected through the heavenly network to every corner of the endless dimensions of space-time. In every world, in every plane, the All Heavens space-time trading network had one or more children of fortune as agents. As the controller of the All Heavens trading network, the Phoenix Empress had a record of every transaction in the All Heavens trading network. No one else knew what the ancestral god of hell was doing, but the Phoenix Empress was well aware of it. There was a trace of anger and dissatisfaction on the beautiful face of the white-clothed woman. However, even if that guy is biased, I will never lose to you. She looked into the depths of the void, where there were countless golden lights lingering. She narrowed her eyes, and there was a hint of joy in her eyes. The various domains of the Spirit Sea were in an uproar after the innate Tai Chi origin was traded away. Countless experts called their friends and began to accumulate merit points. This was the last innate Tai Chi origin, and they couldn't afford to lose it. In particular, the quasi-world level experts who cultivated the laws of Khanate power were like ants on a hot pan. But 4 billion merit points wasn't a small number. Even the 5 Thunder Emperor had to rely on the help of the 8 Masters of Gods and a huge debt to gather such a huge amount of merit points. As for the other factions, some quasi-world level experts weren't from the Spirit Sea Pantheon. Although merit points could be obtained through the All Heavens trading space and trading space, it wasn't enough. It was a drop in the bucket. The quasi-world level experts who weren't from the Spirit Sea Pantheon were worried sick. The quasi-world level experts who belonged to the Spirit Sea Divine System were also on fire, unable to land on the ground. The main reason was that the Thunder Tribe's great celestial venerate had already visited the 8 Masters of Gods and the Deity King residences. He'd already borrowed most of the merit points. Everyone was clean now. Half a month later, as the innate Tai Chi origin was traded away, many experts lost their chance. On the Chaos World Tree, there were countless legends of Khanate laws. At the center of the divine throne, Qin Feng's 3 flowers swayed above his head. The second lotus was faintly discernible, and the 9th rank was faintly discernible. It was about to be perfected. Qin Feng had known this for a long time. With the Book of Universe, the Khanate law spirit treasure born from the innate Tai Chi origin, it was only a matter of time before the innate Tai Chi origin was perfected. At this moment, faint traces of purple lingered around him on the divine throne. His 10 fingers intertwined, and countless seals resonated with the depths of the Spirit Sea. It was as if a huge purple door was gradually opening above his head. It was the primordial gate formed by the primordial Tai Chi origin. Primordial Tai Chi origin roiled within. The 3 flowers above Qin Feng's head spun slowly. As the 3rd illusory lotus spun, strands of purple lingered and were absorbed and refined by the 3rd lotus. The 3rd lotus gradually turned into a purple, extremely noble primordial Tai Chi origin. This was the most crucial step in breaking through to the 18th level. Only by condensing the primordial Tai Chi origin could one further condense and absorb the boundless providence to nurture their own Khanate laws. The primordial Tai Chi origin was extremely important. Any 17th level expert would be able to convert their own Khanate laws into Khanate primordial Tai Chi origin, greatly increasing their strength. However, the primordial Tai Chi origin was extremely rare. Apart from the 3rd illusory lotus, there were also strands of primordial Tai Chi origin fusing into the other 2 lotuses. This was an extremely extravagant method. Chapter 1572. Khanate primordial purple chi was extremely precious. Usually, there were only 49 strands of Khanate primordial purple chi in the 49 void great cosmos. Generally speaking, only 3 strands of Khanate primordial purple chi were needed to condense a primordial void Tao lotus. 7 Khanate laws were born in the spirit sea. Correspondingly, there were 7 strands of Khanate primordial purple chi. At this moment, 3 strands of Khanate primordial purple chi surrounded the 3rd great Tao lotus. The other 4 strands were split into 2. 3 strands entered a 9th grade lotus that represented the Khanate creation law, while the other strand entered an 8th grade lotus that represented the Khanate universe law. The Khanate primordial purple chi lingered and fused into the great Tao lotus. The 2 gray great Tao lotus carried traces of purple. This was undoubtedly extravagant. The 3 great Tao lotus were all converted into primordial Tao lotuses. This would definitely strengthen his cultivation and increase his strength to the greatest extent. Qin Feng could feel that after fusing with the Khanate primordial purple chi, his control of the Khanate laws had increased greatly. Some of them were more obscure, but they were clearer. His power had also increased greatly. It was as if he could easily suppress and kill his previous self. If Qin Feng hadn't obtained the Khanate primordial purple chi, he could at most defeat and suppress ordinary kings of the 17th Great Thousand Worlds. However, after obtaining the Khanate primordial purple chi, the primordial laws could easily kill existences of the same level. Suppressing and killing were 2 completely different concepts. It represented a qualitative change. However, this didn't mean that Qin Feng had already stepped into the 18th Great Thousand Worlds. In fact, he was still very far away from the 18th Great Thousand Worlds. Condensing the primordial Tao lotus was only the first step. Next, he still needed providence to completely fuse the Khanate primordial purple chi with the Khanate laws he had mastered. As the ruler of the spirit sea, Qin Feng's providence was undoubtedly enormous. The 3 great Tao lotuses rotated, and there were 3 strands of Khanate primordial purple chi lingering on each of them. Only the great Tao lotus in the center had only 1 strand of Khanate primordial purple chi condensing. A huge amount of providence condensed above Qin Feng's head. Some belonged to the spirit sea divine system, some belonged to the innate laws of creation, and some belonged to the innate laws of creation, and some belonged to the innate laws of universe. There was also the fate that the experts of the 3,000 spirit realms had offered as tribute. There was also the fate that belonged to the lineage of star, and so on. If all that luck were to appear, it would be enough to shock billions of living beings. However, the boundless fortune seemed minuscule before the strands of primordial violet chi above the 3 flowers of the great Tao. Like a whale sucking in water, the surging fortune was quickly absorbed by the 3 strands of primordial violet chi above the 3rd lotus. At a speed visible to the naked eye, nearly 80 to 90% of the primordial violet chi was consumed. The 1st and 2nd primordial violet chi slowly fused into the 3rd Tao lotus. The illusory lotus of the great Tao manifested itself the moment it merged with the 2 strands of Khanate primordial purple chi. It possessed the power to devour the myriad worlds. However, Qin Feng was forced to awaken from his seclusion the moment he fused with the 2 strands of primordial violet chi. His providence was not enough. Qin Feng opened his eyes. He could clearly see that the enormous amount of destiny that had belonged to him was now nothing more than a dried-up riverbed. The consumption was too great. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of unsightly expression. Even though he had long understood that his current luck was not enough to support such a huge consumption, he still felt a trace of a huge gap. One should know that he had the support of the entire spirit sea at that moment. However, even so, it only allowed him to fuse with 2 strands of primordial violet chi. One should know that he had 7 strands of primordial violet chi. Even if he took a step back, he was still far from fusing with 3 strands of primordial violet chi. It's a pity that the Spirit Sea has just advanced for less than 10,000 years. Otherwise, with the potential of the Spirit Sea, it should be able to increase my providence by 2 times. Qin Feng's eyes twinkled. If his providence were to increase by 2 times, it would be enough to fuse with the 3rd and 4th strands of primordial violet qi. If the Spirit Sea could one day turn into a high-level 4-9 void great universe like the primeval void great universe and the origin divine realm, it would be able to support 3 or even 4-level 18 powerhouses, let alone 1. But to become a high-level 4-9 void great universe? Qin Feng shook his head. This was not something that could be done overnight. With a move of his palm, 2 strands of primordial violet qi fused with a part of the Khanate rules of order. The primordial violet qi turned into a small knife. He locked his gaze on the chaotic void outside the Spirit Sea. Go! The purple knife slashed at the chaos. The blurry purple brilliance was like an immortal rainbow that streaked across the vast chaos, illuminating billions of gray void spaces. Billions of miles of chaos were split open by the knife light. The eternally vast chaos was separated, forming a billion-miles-long opening. There was a faint purple mist that could not be healed in a short period of time. Primordial violet qi. Even a rank 17 expert will become a ghost under this knife. On top of the chaotic world tree, on a huge world plain full of peach blossoms, the pink-robed witch's beautiful eyes flickered. She had a great background. In fact, she was not born in the Chaos Sea and had seen countless geniuses. However, she had to admit that there were only a few people who were as lucky as Qin Feng. Even someone as noble as her had not seen many sacred deities at such a young age. Another one of the 3 archaic sovereigns, someone like the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. The chaos is so fond of this region. The pink-robed witch's eyes flickered with a sigh, but then her eyes flickered as she thought of this strange phenomenon. She thought of an extremely obscure secret. Could it be that this area is... Her eyes flickered with a strange light as she pondered. It was already a great fortune for an existence like the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness to be born in billions of worlds in an ordinary chaotic region. However, such existences had appeared one after another in this region. The primordial violet Taoist, the 3 archaic sovereigns, and the heavenly emperor of the Spirit Sea before her. How could there not be something fishy about this? The arrival of the experts from the nobles of the chaos also proved this point. The nobles of the chaos were born in the chaos and were very sensitive to the changes in the chaos. Even though the pink-robed witches clan was far more powerful than the nobles of the chaos, they were far inferior in this aspect. Looking at the terrifying scene of the chaos opening up in the chaos, the purple knife light reappeared in Qin Feng's palm. The small knife, shrouded in purple mist, reappeared. As thin as a cicada's wing, the purple light was agile. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with satisfaction. He had always lacked a long-range attack secret technique. This primordial violet flying knife completely made up for his shortcoming in this aspect. If another fleet of Shang gods like the Dragon God system of the West came to visit, this knife light alone would be enough to embarrass them. Chapter 1573. This blade light combined a part of the mysteries of the Khanate universe law and a part of the mysteries of the Khanate creation law. It was agile and extremely destructive. Looking at the purple flying blade in his palm, the purple gas gradually disappeared into his palm. At this level of cultivation, it was meaningless for him to go into seclusion again. Qin Feng's indifferent eyes flickered with a thoughtful look. To him, there was only one way to improve now, and that was to find a way to collect providence. The more providence he had, the more Khanate primordial purple qi he would integrate. Also, if possible, he might have to find 2 more Khanate primordial purple qi. 9 Khanate primordial purple qi was the limit of the 3 flowers of Tao. Qin Feng pondered for a moment about collecting providence. He only had 2 choices now. He could expand the Spirit Sea or set his sights on the other 33 realms of heaven. He temporarily gave up on the second choice. The nobles of chaos were eyeing the other 33 realms of heaven covetously, but not now. The timing was not right. Thinking of the marquises of primordial chaos, Qin Feng suddenly remembered the goal of the experts of the marquises of primordial chaos. They were looking for a place where providence gathered. According to the nobles of chaos, the chaos providence in the endless void flowed relatively. It would shift every 128,000 years. Last time, the place where the chaos providence gathered in the endless void had shifted to the swirling sea. Therefore, the swirling sea became the center of the endless void chaos in the 128,000 years. Hundreds of millions of powerful races gathered here to share the huge cake. With the help of the boundless providence, many powerful forces in the chaos filled bowls and bowls, and even an eternal perfect universe was born. This was a great opportunity that was hard to find in the world. Correspondingly, some of the major forces that had not found a place where providence gathered gradually declined due to the huge gap between them. In the last chaos era, the nobles of chaos were just prey, treasures, and even targets pursued by the thousands of races in the chaos. They had seized the great era of the chaos revolution to rise in one fell swoop, giving birth to a level 19 powerhouse and becoming one of the top 10 races in the chaos. No one dared to look down on them or see them as targets to be devoured or possessed. According to the observations of several nobles of chaos, this place seemed strange. There seemed to be something fishy about this chaotic region. It was somewhat similar to the place where luck gathered. The reason was that the chaotic region had given birth to too many experts over the past 1,000 years, and it was almost on par with some of the places with dense karmic luck at the center of the chaotic swirling sea. However, the experts from the Chaos noble clans were still unsure. At the beginning of the primal chaos epoch, under the flourishing of providence, it was possible for many smoky lands to be born. This could be an illusion to confuse many experts. In the last chaos epoch, or even before that, there were records that many powerful forces had suffered such losses. They had been deceived by false appearances and lost the initiative. There was another possibility. Perhaps there was an extremely shocking treasure hidden in the primal chaos region, causing the primal chaos karmic luck to gather, resulting in such a phenomenon. However, no matter what the situation was, the royal family of the primal chaos had to investigate. Qin Feng's misgivings also stemmed from this. If it was a treasure, Qin Feng would naturally check it out before the experts of the marquises of chaos did. For such a powerful treasure to be able to affect such a large area of the primal chaos region, it had to be a rare supreme treasure in the entire primal chaos. If it was a place where luck gathered, it could not leave the spirit sea. When luck gathered, the nearby worlds would undergo rapid changes. In a short period of time, more upper realms of the 33 heavens would appear. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to devour a few, the spirit sea would definitely be able to become an important high-level upper realm like the origin divine realm in the shortest time possible. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the spirit sea. His expression was somewhat strange. From the goal of the nobles of chaos, he thought of another matter. Until now, he still did not understand how the spirit sea had suddenly advanced. According to the spirit sea, which had been almost completely emptied by the reincarnators, how could it have advanced all of a sudden? This change was extremely strange. It was like a person who indulged in wine and women every day and was hollowed out by wine, and women suddenly became so strong that he could fight against 10 or 100 people. Or become an immortal who could control the wind and spit out thunder and lightning. No matter how he looked at it, it did not seem normal. It was just that Qin Feng had used the inescapable net to search the spirit sea hundreds of times, but he did not find any clues. Qin Feng now had a guess. If this primal chaos region did indeed have an extremely terrifying supreme treasure, and it was in the spirit sea, it could be that this supreme treasure was concealing itself. Of course, it had directly recognized an existence in the spirit sea as its master. This was an extremely terrifying guess. If the first possibility was that the supreme treasure was concealing itself, hiding and hiding, then so be it. If the second possibility was that it had recognized an existence as its master, then it would be a huge blow to Qin Feng, the ruler of the Spirit Sea. With this unique supreme treasure, it would probably grow to a level where it could threaten Qin Feng, the ruler of the Spirit Sea. Along the way, Qin Feng had defeated countless sons of providence. He was very clear about the nature of those sons of providence. And with that chaos-level supreme treasure, it would not be an exaggeration to say that that person was the chaos-level supreme son of providence born in this primal chaos region. Qin Feng didn't want to end up in the role of a king's pioneer and give the Spirit Sea to others for nothing. He did not want to become a stepping stone or a role like the ultimate villain. However, he was the ruler of the Spirit Sea, the owner of the colossal Spirit Sea divine system. Once that chaos-level son of providence was about to grow, he would definitely compete with him for the Spirit Sea's providence. This kind of competition for providence was destined to be enemies. Qin Feng moved his palm, and an invisible force appeared on his palm. It was a giant net that filled billions of voids and covered the heavens and the earth. The inescapable net's rules. The inescapable net was vaguely connected to the Master God's palace. The information of billions of living beings was in it, including some born geniuses, prodigies, low-level sons of providence, and high-level sons of providence. Those sons of providence relied on all kinds of systems, all kinds of old grandpas, and all kinds of treasures. They were all monitored by the Master God's palace. Qin Feng did not hope to use the inescapable net to find out who the chaos-level son of providence was. Ordinary sons of providence could not escape the inescapable net's search, but that unknown chaos-level son of providence was definitely not that simple. The inescapable net would definitely not be able to find out. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression changed, and he suddenly raised his head. There was a sudden change in the Spirit Sea. Chapter 1574. Rumble. The myriad worlds in the heavens shook violently. In the billions of voids, the laws of countless worlds of various sizes manifested. Is this a Tao integration phenomenon? On the Chaos World Tree, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon one of the 3,000 spirit regions. After 3,000 years, has someone finally mustered the courage to break through to the greater 1,000 world level? Qin Feng's gaze deepened. Qin Feng, the ruler of the Spirit Sea, wasn't the only one who noticed this. At this moment, all the experts in the universe noticed this as well. At this moment, all the experts stopped what they were doing and looked at one of the 3,000 spirit domains. Many innate gods of the younger generation had never experienced such a phenomenon that could shake the whole universe, but many ancient powerful beings knew what it meant. Someone's breaking through to the greater 1,000 world level. Someone's merging? After thousands of years, many experts were unfamiliar with such a phenomenon. They weren't sure. When the holy god of light merged, there hadn't been such a huge commotion. Many quasi-great world realm experts furrowed their brows tightly. Although the phenomena were different, many quasi-major 1,000 world realm powerhouses were certain that someone was at the Tao integration stage. Generally speaking, there would be some kind of phenomenon in each major realm, such as the God King, God Emperor, and quasi-world level. But the area of the phenomenon wasn't as large as this. I wonder if it's an acquired law or an innate one. Many God Emperors and quasi-world experts were worried about the great Tao competition. It shouldn't be someone from a Spirit Sea divine system. I wonder if they'll make a move. Many quasi-great world realm experts still had such worries. Many of the Spirit Sea divine systems experts were also thinking the same thing. Only the holy god of earthly sovereign and the holy god of light origin weren't worried. Were they overthinking? Was the birth of a mere 16th order greater 1,000 world level expert worth the Spirit Sea divine system's attention? On the Chaos World Tree, Qin Feng's expression was impassive. He could clearly sense the gazes of many experts on the Spirit Sea divine system. As a 17th order greater 1,000 world king level expert, He could see through any thoughts that were unfavorable to him. However, these people were overthinking things. Every time a level 16 World Realm expert was born in the Spirit Sea, it was an improvement for the Spirit Sea. To Qin Feng, the ruler of the Spirit Sea, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. However, if the existence that had broken through was truly ignorant, he would only suppress it at most, not kill it. Wild wind, boundless wild wind. After the brief eruption of the Tao integration stage phenomenon, it reached its climax, and there seemed to be billowing gales rising from the spirit realm. There seemed to be countless Khanate wind, origin chi, in the Spirit Sea that appeared with the gales, and it was like a beautiful symphony that resounded throughout the myriad heavens and realms. The wind rhapsody of auspicious Tao, acquired rules of wind. Its elder god Gale from the myriad mountain region. Its ancestor god Gale, the god monarch Gale from the primordial era. Many quasi-great world realm experts recognized the figure shrouded in the wind. At this moment, many god emperors and quasi-greater thousand world realm experts who cultivated the law of wind began to feel nervous. On the Sun Star, in the Sun Palace, Ancestor Phoenix's beautiful eyes looked in the direction of the myriad mountain region. God Monarch Gale was an old acquaintance from the primordial era. In the past, he was a war general under Emperor Shi of the primordial era. When Emperor Shi ascended, he also retired. Many god emperors and quasi-greater thousand world realm experts who cultivated the acquired rules of wind could no longer hold back and rushed to the spirit realm with murderous intent. If God Monarch Gale was an expert from the Spirit Sea divine system, it would be fine. Or if he was like the Sun Star, he could be protected by the Spirit Sea's origin rules of wind. Without any background, Emperor Shi's divine system could not reach here. A huge conflict broke out in the myriad mountain region. However, God Monarch Gale was already prepared. After some quasi-greater thousand world realm experts appeared, several quasi-greater thousand world realm experts rushed out. Ancestor God Tianxian, Ancestor God Empress Hua, Ancestor God Yinyang, Ancestor God Li Hua. Are they the remnants of Emperor Shi's sect? In the central heavenly court, where the Lingxiao celestial court was located, on the central divine throne, Qin Feng's figure appeared out of thin air. Your Majesty, should we send people to clean up the myriad mountain region and capture the remnants of Emperor Shi's sect? Seeing Qin Feng appear, the Five Thunder Great Emperor, the Master of God from the Thunder Tribe, who had been waiting for a long time, was the first to stand out. Your Majesty, the remnants of Emperor Shi's sect and some of the stubborn members of the 72 mysterious sects have been opposing the Spirit Sea divine system all these years. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Taoist Feng Shi, the heavenly lord of the Plague Tribe, had a sinister look in his eyes. Many powerful warriors of the Plague sect, who were wearing all kinds of strange divine robes, also laughed weirdly. The Plague Tribe specialized in all kinds of poison-type superpowers and loved the corpses of experts the most. Seeing Five Thunder Great Emperor stand out, they were the first to agree. In the Lingxiao Celestial Hall, many experts were eager to give it a try. Over the years, the resistance organizations had caused trouble for the Spirit Sea divine system. Moreover, everyone knew that while capturing such sinful gods, they could also take over the operations of those sinful gods and plunder a portion of their fate. This could be said to be killing several birds with one stone. In the past, the experts of the resistance organizations hid in the dark like rats and were difficult to detect. Now that they had jumped out, it was a rare opportunity. All the experts looked fervently at the central divine throne. On the central divine throne, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. He couldn't help but think of the person with great fate that he had guessed. In this world, there weren't many forces that could go against the Spirit Sea divine system. The resistance organization, formed by the experts of the 72 mysterious sects that had been defeated, was definitely one of them. This was very suitable as a newbie village for the son of great fate. Maybe I can make some arrangements. A gloomy smile flashed in his eyes. When he raised his head, his expression returned to normal. He looked at the many experts of the Spirit Sea divine system below him who were eager to give a try. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng said, "You can capture the members of the resistance organization, but you can't be directly involved in the battle of the Myriad Mountain region. This time, since the Thunder Tribe and Play Tribe have volunteered, I'll leave it to you." Hearing this, the 8 tribes looked at each other. Among them, the Thunder Tribe and Plague Tribe's eyes lit up. "We won't let you down." The experts of the 2 tribes gradually disappeared from the Celestial Court. They quickly followed the tracks of the experts of the Resistance Organization and erased them into the depths of the Myriad Heavens. After half a day, the phenomenon of the Myriad Heavens shaking disappeared. Then, endless rules appeared between heaven and earth. 7 innate rules and 3,000 acquired rules. However, the phenomenon of these rules only flashed for a moment. Then, the 7 innate rules and many acquired rules disappeared, leaving only one acquired rule to truly manifest. The unification of the paths had officially begun. I hope we can succeed. In the deepest part of the Myriad Heavens, in a place that even the inescapable net couldn't see, 2 stalwart figures looked at the Myriad Mountain region of the Spirit Sea with anticipation. As long as the fierce Gale God attained Tao, he could at least tear the Spirit Sea apart with the great power of the unique treasure he found, and escape from the Spirit Sea Lord's evil clutches with the gods, let alone fight as an equal against the Spirit Sea Lord. Chapter 1575. In order to allow Emperor Gale to attain his Tao, the Resistance Organization had sacrificed a lot this time. A large number of elites were sent out, including the 4 quasi-world level powerhouses of the Emperor Shi sect. If they failed, the Resistance Organization would suffer great losses. The phenomenon of the Great Tao Law lasted for half a day. Then, countless post-celestial and innate laws that intersected with the post-celestial wind law manifested their power. Many quasi-world level powerhouses who did not participate in the blockade were watching this scene closely. At the same time, they greedily comprehended the power of the laws manifested by the Tao integration phenomenon. This was an excellent opportunity. Other than the first 1,000 years of the Spirit Sea's advancement, there were very few opportunities for laws to manifest directly. Now, the first 10,000 years of the Spirit Sea had not passed yet. Some of the laws were faintly manifesting in the various worlds, the billions of voids, the spirit veins, the spirit mountains, and the blessed lands. As the first 10,000 years passed, the laws would become more complete and more restrained. It was not just the quasi-world level powerhouses, the Spirit Sea divine system, and the various spirit domains powerhouses. The great beings were all grasping this rare opportunity to comprehend the laws. This kind of comprehension was comparable to a long period of epiphany. It was something that could be encountered, but not sought. After the many nomological phenomena manifested their power, Emperor Gale began to condense the Tao seed. Gradually, the billions of cultivators in the various worlds who cultivated the post-celestial wind law sensed that the post-celestial wind law in the void began to disappear. At this point, the quasi-world level powerhouses who were attacking the Wanshan spirit region with all their might stopped. They knew that it was useless to continue attacking at this time. More nomological phenomena appeared as the Tao seed was condensed. However, just as the numerous phenomena were becoming more and more intense, all of the Tao integration stage phenomena suddenly froze. Rumble. In an instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck the billions of voids in the hearts of many beings. Then, all the strange phenomena came to an abrupt stop and dispersed. We failed. At this moment, the 4 quasi-world level powerhouses of the Emperor Shi sect who were carefully guarding the surrounding quasi-world level powerhouses were dazed. Their faces were pale. Is it really so difficult to break through to the post-celestial world realm? Many quasi-golden world realm experts were also stunned. Many quasi-golden world realm experts even had a psychological shadow that could not be erased after Emperor Gale's failure. Emperor Gale is also a famous expert in the immemorial age. He even witnessed Ling Hai's advancement and accumulated a lot of experience. Even such an existence has failed. Do we still have any hope? Rather than fighting to the death, why don't we preserve our strength and maintain our strength? Many quasi-greater thousand-world realm experts had such thoughts. What a pity. In the main hall of the Lingxiao Heavenly Court, many quasi-world level experts of the Linghai Divine System witnessed the failure of Sir Godgale's breakthrough. They heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they lamented. When the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. Animals hurt their own kind. However, after seeing the two saint gods and the Spirit Sea Lord, many quasi-great world-level experts quickly perked up. These were three very good role models. This was especially so with the full support of the Spirit Sea Divine System. At the very least, their chances of attaining the Tao were far above that of ordinary quasi-great world realm experts. Qin Feng looked at the Wanshan spiritual region. Emperor Gale's demise was within his expectations. Although Emperor Gale had a strong foundation and accumulated a lot of experience, he had lost some support from luck. If he wanted to attain the Tao, he would have to be extremely lucky. He muttered to himself. Qin Feng suddenly raised his head. At this moment, as Emperor Gale's breakthrough failed, the negative aura in the Spirit Sea rose. Another change was taking place. Suddenly, countless balls of black ink appeared in the sky. They were like boundless black ink, covering the sky and covering the sun as they spread through the millions of voids. They covered the billions of voids and the stars in the sky. Even the huge sun star only revealed a dim black halo of light. Between heaven and earth, boundless power of darkness rose. It was as if the boundless darkness had broken through the ground and rushed up to the 9 heavens. This is billions of living beings raised their heads in shock. Looking at this terrifying phenomenon, their faces were filled with shock. In the Wanshan spiritual region, the eyes of the 4 experts from the Emperor Shi sect and the experts from the rebel organization lit up. Joy flashed across their eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the experts from the Wanshan spiritual region and the Emperor Shi sect instantly disappeared from the Wanshan spiritual region. However, the Spirit Sea Divine System was too lazy to pursue the experts from the rebel organization. In the huge vision, many beings who cultivated the acquired darkness-type rules of order felt an unprecedented shock. They felt as if they were bathing in the pure power of the origin of darkness, and their strength soared. On the other hand, the countless living beings and practitioners who cultivated the acquired darkness-type rules of order were greatly affected. Their power of light was suppressed to the lowest point in history. Many experts of light who were in a life-and-death battle had their cultivation suppressed in the vision and were killed by their enemies. They died unjustly. On the central divine throne of the chaotic world tree, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. He felt the extremely rich power of the origin of darkness. It was as if the power of darkness that had been condensed for billions of years in the depths of the earth had been released and rushed into the billions of galaxies. I didn't expect that the death of Emperor Gale would trigger the negative will of all living beings and cause the origin of darkness to descend. Immediately, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. But that, after merging with the chaotic evil god's origin, it must have been waiting for the origin of darkness to descend for a long time. With that person taking action, the position of holy god of the origin of darkness would most likely be taken. On the sun star, Ancestor Phoenix's face darkened. She seemed to have sensed the appearance of her archenemy, and that the light was being provoked. Many light clans on the sun star seemed to be showing signs of depravity under the darkness. The power of light between heaven and earth was greatly suppressed. The light lineage's fortune instantly dropped by a notch. The holy god of light's expression was ugly. As the lord of light and the ruler of the sun star, the decline of the light lineage's fortune directly affected her cultivation speed. Even her own strength was greatly suppressed. Looking at the suppressed light around the sun star, Ancestor Phoenix rose from her divine throne and roared angrily. "Get out of my way!" Surging divine power of the origin of light vibrated. The sun star released a boundless brilliance that broke through the boundless darkness. Ancestor Phoenix released the sun star's power. Billions of rays of light violently broke through the boundless darkness. Light reappeared between heaven and earth in the billions of galaxies. Streaks of darkness rushed into the billions of galaxies and darkened the entire region, forming an enormous sea of origin of darkness. It led to the birth of a sacred land of the origin of darkness from the billions of galaxies. Chapter 1576. In the darkness origin star field, the huge trembling sound shook all the worlds in the universe. In the entire spirit sea, countless cultivators looked up at the star field filled with darkness. Even the sun star, which had activated most of the power of the stars, could not dispel the dense darkness. In the dense darkness origin star field, a pitch-black floating mountain slowly emerged from the darkness origin star field. That huge mountain seemed to be much larger than some of the ancient immemorial stars. Darkness origin sacred land. At this moment, all the experts who cultivated the acquired laws of darkness understood. Another origin sacred land has appeared. Many experts were in an uproar at this moment. This was especially true for several ancient quasi-major world realm darkness-type powerhouses. Their eyes were blazing, and they couldn't wait to rush over and occupy the darkness origin holy land. Unlike other treasures, origin sacred lands were nurtured by the spirit sea's origin and contained the densest and most direct origin laws. Origin spiritual treasures were also nurtured along with them. If one could become the master of an origin sacred land, their chances of breaking through to the upper world level were 70 or even 80%. A 70 to 80% chance was extremely shocking. If one missed this opportunity, there would not be another one. Some of the darkness-type, quasi-world level experts were ecstatic. This is enviable. An origin sacred land. Why hasn't such an origin sacred land been born under the laws we cultivate? The eyes of many experts from the other factions were bloodshot. Not only was there a light origin sacred land, there's also a darkness origin sacred land. Wasn't this asking for trouble? They had worked so hard to seek the great Tao, and they might not even be able to break through. For example, Emperor Gale had died less than half a day ago. Why is the world so unfair? Not only the experts from the 3,000 spirit regions, but many experts in the Lingxiao Celestial Court's main hall were also bitter. On the Chaos World Tree, Qin Feng looked indifferent as he glanced at some of the experts in the Heavenly Court. The world was unpredictable, so how could there be justice? If there was justice, there was only self-improvement. If the heavens did not help, people had to help themselves. Even if one was a son of Providence, one might not be able to last forever. For example, Qin Feng, was born insignificant. He was not a child of great fortune. Rather than resenting the unfairness of the heavens, it was better to work hard to curry favor. In Qin Feng's opinion, what was a powerhouse? A powerhouse was able to adapt to all kinds of harsh environments. No matter how unfavorable the situation was, they would still be able to survive. As long as he lived to the end, that would be justice. Your Majesty, I request to temporarily resign from my position as Celestial Master and head to the Dark Star region to seek the Great Tao. Among the 8 groups of gods, Taoist Fengshe, Celestial Master of Plague Sect, was the first to step out. His eyes were blazing with passion. Although he cultivated in the postnatal plague law, the postnatal plague law was extremely close to the postnatal darkness law. He could also seek the position of darkness origin saint god. Your Majesty, I would also like to ask for leave. The smallpox god, palace god, emperor from the plague division stepped forward. The smallpox god abode belonged to the plague division. It was in charge of the plague of the spirit sea and cultivated the life and death of the 4 seasons. The smallpox god, palace god, emperor, Taoist Black Curse, was a quasi-greater world realm powerhouse who had just ascended 3,000 years ago. He cultivated in the postnatal curse law and could also seek the position of darkness origin saint god. Taoist Black Curse looked at Taoist Fengshui provocatively. The latter's murderous intent flashed past. Your Majesty, we would also like to request leave. Two other ancient gods stepped forward. One of them was an ancient Star Lord from the Celestial Star Division. The other was the Star Lord of Great Destruction. The other was dressed in a long black dress. She was tall and elegant, and her stunning appearance made the gods lose their minds. In the Spirit Sea divine system, she was an ancestor god who promoted the Dark Night. She was the Evernight goddess, Hua Yunxian. No one knew where she came from. Rumor had it that during the primordial age, when the heavens and earth were first created, a goddess was born in accordance with the will of the heavens and earth. She was one of the oldest ancient gods in the Spirit Sea. The Evernight goddess was not only one of the most beautiful goddesses in the Spirit Sea divine system, but her strength was also above the other gods. She was said to be one of the quasi-greater world realm powerhouses who was most likely to break through to the greater world realm. On the throne, Qin Feng smiled and shook his head as he looked at the four dark elemental experts who stepped forward. You don't have to go. The Dark Origin's sacred ground already has a master. What? These words were truly earth-shattering. Many experts were dumbfounded. Taoist Pestilence, Taoist Black Curse, the Star Lord of Great Destruction, and the Evernight Goddess all looked up at the Spirit Sea ruler on the throne above their heads, slightly dazed. As the Spirit Sea ruler, his words were like gold. The experts in the Celestial Court naturally didn't think that the Spirit Sea ruler was intentionally deceiving them. In front of the gods, the earthly sovereign and the Phoenix ancestors' expressions changed slightly. They didn't sense that someone had taken over the Dark Origin sacred ground in advance. It was obvious that they were far inferior to the ruler of the Linghai Sea in terms of cultivation. Taoist Pestilence, Taoist Black Curse, the Star Lord of Great Destruction, and the Evernight Goddess looked at each other. Suddenly, the Star Lord of Great Destruction asked, Your Majesty, may I ask who beat us to the Dark Origin's sacred grounds recognition? The four quasi-world level experts' eyes were filled with unwillingness. It wasn't easy for them to come across such a great opportunity, but someone had beaten them to it. More than that, they were filled with cold, murderous intent. It wasn't just the four quasi-world level experts. The experts of the Spirit Sea divine system also looked at the Spirit Sea ruler on the central throne with strange expressions. The emergence of an Origin's sacred ground was extraordinary. Someone who could gain its recognition in advance was definitely not an ordinary existence. Moreover, judging from the expression of the Spirit Sea ruler on the central throne, it was obvious that this existence was very familiar with the Spirit Sea ruler on the central throne. On the central divine throne, Qin Feng's gaze surveyed the numerous experts present. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and he smiled. Fine, since you're all curious, I'll tell you. Qin Feng waved his sleeve, and an invisible light gathered above the great hall of the Lingxiao Celestial Court. The light flowed like water, turning into an invisible mirror that pierced through the Dark Origin sacred ground in the depths of billions of galaxies. Many experts hurriedly looked over and saw a pitch-black, ancient longsword appear in the depths of the Dark Origin sacred ground. It seemed to have been born from the darkness of billions of heavens. The Dark Battle Sword. It was an acquired Origin spiritual treasure born from the Dark Origin sacred ground. Many experts couldn't help but reveal a trace of passion in their eyes. At the same time, another terrifying pitch-black flame surrounded the Dark Battle Sword. Amidst the blazing flames, a gigantic and beautiful three-legged bird hugged the dark sword as it slept. As it breathed in and out, it was as if there was a tide of darkness Origin energy pouring into its body, blending with the dark sword and causing its majesty to increase with each passing day. It was like the ruler of billions of darkness. With a single breath, it could engulf the heavens and the earth, causing all things to fall. Chapter 1577. It was a golden crow, a huge three-legged golden crow. However, The three-legged golden crows that the experts had seen were usually golden in color. They emitted a terrifyingly high temperature that could burn everything. The three-legged golden crow in front of them was also elegant and majestic. However, its wings were pitch black, and its body was shrouded in shocking darkness. Ordinary golden crows were born from the light of the world. However, the huge black golden crow in front of them was born from the darkness. Dark golden crow. In the spirit sea god system, two beast emperors had pale faces. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. They were dazed. They were the two remaining ancient beast emperors of the golden crows. Many experts looked toward the voice. Seeing the two beast emperors' strange expressions, a goddess couldn't help but speak. Lujua, Luji, what's the matter with the dark golden crow? Isn't the golden crows famous for their pure bloodline among the many races? She was the goddess of the endless ocean, the master of the sacred land of the water manor, the mother of all waters, Angie. Many experts' gazes fell upon this goddess, and they could not help but reveal a hint of adoration. There were many goddesses in the spirit sea god system, but very few were as beautiful as Angie the jellyfish. This goddess was currently shrouded in the hazy light of the water. She was dressed in a long white dress, and her bearing was unparalleled. It was difficult for others to see her true appearance, but just from the elegance and grace that she exuded, one could tell how devastatingly beautiful she was. Many experts nodded when they heard him speak. The golden crows were rumored to be born on the sun star. They were born from the true fire of the sun. Their bloodline was naturally domineering. No matter what their mother's race was, they would be born as the golden crows. Their bloodline would weaken, and they would become three-legged red crows, three-legged fire crows, and so on. They were definitely not like the other powerful ancient races, where their bloodlines were entangled. It was extremely difficult for them to mutate. I know that the golden crows once gave birth to two mutants. The most mysterious goddess of the night on the side said. Many experts were startled as they looked at the goddess of the night. This ancient god was born at the beginning of the world. She had always kept a low profile. She didn't have much of a presence in the various eras, be it the primordial age, the immemorial age, or the ancient age. If not for the unification of the spirit sea, perhaps the Evernight goddess would not have appeared. However, the knowledge of such an ancient god was definitely not something that ordinary experts of the younger generation could compare to. The Evernight goddess said, "One is the three-legged underworld crow, also known as the bird of death, the king of death." Three-legged underworld crow. Many powerhouses shifted their eyes and looked at the two Golden Crow clan demon royals who were silent. According to what many experts knew, the three-legged Golden Crow did indeed have the Nether Crow clan under its command. However, the majority of the demon clan had always thought that it was a mutated low-level death crow. But now it seemed like the outcome might not be so. It was probably a portion of the inherited bloodline left behind by the three-legged underworld crow. The Golden Crow clan had hidden themselves quite well. Many experts of different races have been fooled. Your Highness of Dark Night is wise. The two Golden Crow demon emperors looked at each other and smiled bitterly. A super divine beast born from the laws of death and the netherworld? At this moment, the mountain gods and the underworld gods glanced at each other silently. They stared at the Golden Crows and gritted their teeth. This was another huge competitor, and he had hidden himself so well. On the chaotic world tree, Qin Feng remained calm. The Golden Crow clan had hidden themselves well, but they couldn't escape his eyes. Qin Feng smiled when he saw the expressions of many experts. Your Highness of Dark Night, other than the three-legged underworld crow, what is the other mutant? An expert couldn't help but ask. The Evernight goddess's alluring eyes curved slightly as she smiled mysteriously and charmingly. Her almond-shaped eyes were soft and bright as she looked around at the gods and said lightly, "As for the other mutant, let the two demon emperors talk about it in person. I won't be the bad guy. Let's talk about the ancestor of the Khanate Dark Sun Golden Crow." The two Golden Crow demon emperors coughed dryly, clearly unwilling to talk about it. The existence of the dark sun golden crow has been prophesied in our clan since ancient times. It is said that this mutant is a rebel, and the dark sun golden crow clan and the great sun golden crow clan will fall. After some hesitation, the two demon emperors glanced at the spirit ocean lord on the central throne. Our clan has issued an iron order that any dark sun golden crow born in any world must be killed. Rebel? The expressions of many experts in the heavenly court changed. Many of the experts present were the lords or ancestors of their clans. Every race would give birth to a rebel. Rebels didn't only refer to those mutants with heaven-defying talents. At the same time, they also refer to those that could cause the extinction of the clan or the downfall of the clan. Once such a rebel was born in any race, they wouldn't hesitate to get rid of it as soon as possible. However, it was undeniable that the mutants of every race were extremely powerful once they were born, especially when each of them was a high-level son of great luck. It's a rebel? On the throne, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had some guesses about Little Eight's origins, but he had always thought that this lustful and cunning little rascal was an extremely rare mutant of the Golden Crow clan. He hadn't expected it to be a rumored rebel of the Golden Crow clan. Seeing everyone's expressions, the two demon emperors of the Golden Crow clan looked at the central throne. Among them, Luji probed, "Your Majesty, you seem to be very familiar with the Dark Sun Golden Crow. Your Majesties, there is no need to ask. I can answer you on behalf of His Majesty. That little rascal was a very important old friend of His Majesty in his early years. You'd better not offend it. Otherwise, the Golden Crow clan will fall or face extinction in the future." A faint and pleasant female voice sounded, like the tinkling of spring water. The two demon emperors of the Golden Crow clan looked over. Among the gods of the Water clan, a tall and slim god of the sea walked out. She had thin eyebrows and was as gentle as water. Her steps were graceful and calm, as if she had walked out of a storm in the sea. She was noble and graceful, like an ancient goddess who controlled the boundless sea. Sea demon divine, Emperor Lan Ro. Many experts' eyes flickered rapidly. There was no doubt that this goddess was exceptionally beautiful. Her purple color was not inferior to the goddess of the endless sea, Inji, and the goddess of the dark night. Many people knew the origin of this sea demon divine emperor. The sea demon divine emperor was the emperor of the sea demon clan. She had only recently appeared in the divine system. She was in charge of the water elemental world, which was a world of pure water yuan qi that was about to advance to the greater world. It was rumored that this sea demon divine emperor had an ambiguous relationship with the lord of the spirit sea, which made many experts fearful of this goddess. Chapter 1578. The Siren clan wasn't the strongest among the 10,000 clans. At most, they were only average. However, their territory was enormous. The water elemental realm was one of the top great realms. It could ascend to the Greater Thousand Realm at any time and dominate a future Greater Thousand Realm. It was comparable to the top three races, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Spirit Clan, the Kirin Clan, the Ice Clan, and the Black Tortoise Clan. How could the Siren Godly Emperor not tremble? The pressure was too great. In particular, the Sea Demon Clan was famous for their beauties. This was simply a huge cake for them to feast on. Although the Siren clan was enjoying a good time, the Siren Godly Emperor knew how dangerous it was. However, she didn't have a real status like the other godly concubines. There was only one reason for her to stand up now. She wanted to prove that she had an intimate relationship with the Spirit Sea ruler. This was a gesture. This was very important. If possible, the Siren Godly Emperor wouldn't protect the Siren clan's territory in this way. However, she had no other choice. The Siren clan hadn't matured yet. The sorrow of the weak. When he took this step, the Siren Godly Emperor suddenly remembered the thousands of years when the Siren clan hid in the Cloud Lake. They had to send out their clansmen to curry favor with the other clans in order to protect themselves. Because of this, she had to bear the pain of scheming against her daughters. However, the Siren Godly Emperor was a resilient person. Soon, her expression returned to normal, and she was calm under the gazes of the experts. On the Chaos World Tree, Qin Feng glanced at the Siren Godly Emperor. He might have seen through the Siren Godly Emperor's thoughts, but he didn't mention it after a glance. It was a tacit agreement. Many experts were secretly surprised when they saw this. And the rumors outside were probably true. The Siren Godly Emperor secretly sighed in relief. In the void, the experts of the Spirit Sea Divine System learned the truth. Many experts had given up on the idea of fighting for the Darkness Origin Sacred Land. However, the dark experts of the 3000 realm continued to rush forward. The experts of the Spirit Sea Divine System watched coldly as a group of people rushed to their deaths. Apart from a few experts who notified the experts of the factions closer to them, the rest allowed the Spirit Sea experts to head to the Darkness Origin Starfield. Your Majesty, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. At this moment, a slightly heavy voice sounded in the hall. The deities looked towards the source of the voice. He was a quasi-greater thousand-world realm expert with a very low sense of presence. His deity position was quite forward, as straight as a sword. There were many sword gods under his command. With just a glance, all the experts were filled with respect. The third sword ancestor, Duguxia. Oh, I should call him a master of the sword Tao, the king of billions of sword gods, or the master of 10,000 swords. The quasi-emperor, divine emperor, who had first followed the Spirit Sea Lord, was now at the pinnacle of the quasi-greater thousand-world realm and had even unified the sword Tao lineage. He could be said to be the master of all the gods of the sword path. In the past few years, their influence had been so great that they had caught up with the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the spirit race. Just say it. On the divine throne, Qin Feng looked indifferently at the king of sword gods. The sword Tao lineage was considered his trusted lineage. Taking a deep breath, Duguxia looked at the Spirit Sea Lord on the divine throne. Your Majesty, I would like to ask if there will be more Origin Sacred Lands in this world apart from the Light and Darkness Origin Sacred Lands? As soon as Duguxia finished speaking, the entire Lingxiao Hall fell abruptly silent. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the Spirit Sea Lord on the divine throne. Even the earthly sovereign, Wang Daoi, and the Phoenix ancestor also looked at the Spirit Sea Lord. On the divine throne, Qin Feng looked at Duguxia with a slightly surprised gaze. Duguxia's intuition was very sharp. Even the earthly sovereign, light origin sacred god, and the Phoenix ancestor, who were greater thousand-world realm experts, had not noticed this, but Duguxia had vaguely sensed it. Looking at the experts around him, Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, I didn't intend to tell you this. I wasn't planning on revealing this matter, but since you've asked first, there's no harm in telling you. There will indeed be Origin Sacred Lands appearing soon. There really are more Origin Sacred Lands. The experts were stunned, then looked at each other, finding a trace of shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. Duguxia's eyes burned with passion. Your Majesty, how many more Origin Sacred Lands will be born? Will our sword, Tao, Origin Sacred Lands be among them? Your Majesty, will our water Origin Sacred Lands be among them? Your Majesty, will there be any nature Origin Sacred Lands? Your Majesty, what about us? Will our wind Origin Sacred Lands have a chance? What about our fire Origin Sacred Lands? Many experts couldn't help but ask questions at the same time. The supreme quasi-world world realm experts and god emperors were like children in a school with a strong thirst for knowledge. All of them were red in the face, scratching their heads and feeling their hearts beat violently. They couldn't be blamed. Generally speaking, ordinary quasi-world world realm ancestor gods wanting to break through to the 16th world realm was almost like going through the gates of hell. It would be an exaggeration to say that it was almost certain death. However, it would be different if one could become the master of an Origin Sacred Land born in the Spirit Sea. The Origin Sacred Lands were born from the Spirit Sea's Origin Sacred Lands and were almost equivalent to the descent of laws. Moreover, They would nurture Origin's spiritual treasures accompanied by laws. Once one obtained an Origin's sacred ground, the chances of breaking through would be greatly increased. If Qin Feng had not broken through to the 16th world realm, he would have fought with his life on the line for such great benefits. There's no need to rush. Qin Feng smiled faintly as he looked at the anxious expressions on the faces of the experts in the Great Hall. There's no fixed number of Origin's sacred lands in this world. They will increase with the strength of the Spirit Sea and the growth of the Origin sacred lands. Qin Feng paused, then looked at the quasi-world world realm experts. At this stage, there should be 6 Origin sacred lands in the Spirit Sea. Currently, there are the Nether Origin sacred lands, Light Origin sacred lands, and Darkness Origin sacred lands. 3 more Origin sacred lands will be born one after another. 3 Origin sacred lands have already been born. The underworld is also one of them. Many experts subconsciously looked at the earthly sovereign, Wang Daoyi. Wang Daoyi's expression did not change. He stood on the nether divine throne and seemed to be surrounded by boundless power. It was as if he was standing in the depths of the boundless Spirit Sea. Wang Daoyi had long known that the underworld was a Nether Origin sacred land. As for which Origin sacred lands will be born in, it depends on the evolution of the Spirit Sea and the concentration of the Origin sacred lands of each branch. As for which Origin sacred lands will be born, Qin Feng shook his head. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of many quasi-great world realm experts from major branches of Providence lit up. A smaller group of quasi-world world realm experts could only feel bitterness at the corner of their mouths. The heavens were unfair. Chapter 1579. Beneath the Chaos World Tree, Qin Feng shook his head as he looked at the experts' gazes. It was indeed difficult for some minor branches to gather providence and give birth to an Origin sacred land. On the other hand, it was much easier for Sword Dao, Star Dao, and the 4 fundamental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire to gather providence. Everyone gathered firewood to create a fire. The birth of an Origin sacred land was both accidental and inevitable. There were also some unknown mysteries. Qin Feng fell into deep thought. Such Origin sacred lands were extremely rare. Logically speaking, he'd been to more than 1 or 2 of the upper realms of the 33 skies. However, none of those upper realms, not even the upper realms of the primeval universe, had ever given birth to an Origin sacred land. A group of experts sharpened their swords in the Great Hall, many of them pondering secret methods to strengthen their branch's providence. There were also some minor experts who gave up completely. On the throne, Qin Feng swept a glance over the experts, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. As the Darkness Origin sacred land's providence began to rise, the providence in the Spirit Sea began to increase. As the providence increased, the 3rd strand of Khanate primordial purple chi began to merge with the primordial Tao lotus, and the Khanate laws it grasped also began to evolve toward the primordial laws. While many experts were paying attention to the Darkness Origin sacred land, outside the Spirit Sea, in the gray and misty chaos cloud corridor, many large and small worlds were surging towards the Spirit Sea along with the gray chaos. Although those worlds of various sizes were huge, in reality, they were like Sumru Mezons. One flower, one world. They were like bubbles contained within the ocean-like chaotic chi. Another example was the shoals of sardines. Compared to the vast ocean, the chaos was undoubtedly larger, deeper, and murkier. There were even clouds of fog that covered the sky, like a sponge. The Spirit Sea's periphery exuded an enormous suction force. Like a chaos beast that had just entered its adolescence, it greedily absorbed the chaos vital energy. At the same time, a group of sardines of various sizes rushed towards the Spirit Sea and entered it at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. Occasionally, some enormous chaos beasts would rush to the Spirit Sea, following their instincts. The enormous chaos beasts would crash into the crystal wall of the Spirit Sea and shatter it. Their blood would pour into the Spirit Sea, and the Chaos True Spirits would seize the opportunity to break down and enter the Spirit Sea. If they were lucky, they would be able to retain a portion of their Chaos blood essence and be reborn in the Spirit Sea, becoming a native innate great god. If he was slightly unlucky, he would be able to conjure up a surge of innate essence chi with his true spirit, which would turn him into an innate deity king or even an innate deity emperor. Of course, there were also those who were unlucky enough to be devoured by the divine soldiers and generals of the Lingxiao celestial court as soon as they entered the Spirit Sea, helping a certain innate god achieve his goal. Not only were there chaos worlds and chaos beasts, but there were also chaos embryos that had yet to be born. Chaos embryos were born from chaos laws. Once fully matured, they become chaos creatures, or connate spirit roots. When these embryos fell into the Spirit Sea, most of them would absorb the Spirit Sea's origin energy, and if they were not interrupted, they'd give birth to the strongest chaos deity kings and chaos deity emperors. Or they'd turn into spirit treasures born from the 3,000 laws. These chaos embryos were the most precious of all. The reason why some of the Lingxiao celestial court's experts were willing to stand guard at the boundary between the chaos and the outer perimeter was because of these chaos embryos. According to the experience of ordinary celestial systems, not long after the ascension of the upper realm, the worlds in the chaos would be summoned, chaos embryos, all kinds of treasures, chaos water and fire, chaos wind and lightning, chaos earth, and even the innate primordial purple chi. At the very least, there would be chaos stones, chaos jades, and the like. After ascending to the 17th level, Qin Feng began to consciously control the Star River, Fei Luan Crystal Wall, nature lands, and other places under his control to drift towards the Spirit Sea. At the same time, outside of the Spirit Sea, in a chaos cloud corridor tens of millions of miles away, two figures were looking at the Spirit Sea that was glowing brightly. If the worlds of various sizes were said to be schools of fish in the ocean, then the Spirit Sea and the 33 heavens realms were like islands in the ocean that were exceptionally eye-catching. As for the subordinate Greater Thousand Worlds, they were the subordinate chain islands. However, the beauty of the world was undoubtedly much more beautiful than a simple chain of islands. What a beautiful world! I can't imagine how delightful it would be when it's completely destroyed. The Apocalypse Lord's voice was slightly hoarse and filled with a twisted sense of beauty. He looked in the direction of the Spirit Sea with a hint of infatuation. Unlike ordinary chaos races, the Western Dragon race belonged to the chaos race of disaster and destruction. They worshipped disaster and destruction. The more worlds they brought disaster to, the greater the number of worlds they destroyed. The more fortune they obtained, the more power they would become, and the more powerful they would become. On the side, Pan Lin of the Chaos Noble race was expressionless, but there was a hint of gloominess in his heart. Unlike the Western Dragon race that was purely destructive, the Chaos Noble race was a neutral race. Although they didn't worship creation and construction, they also had a natural aversion to destruction. In the chaos, countless beautiful worlds have been destroyed by this group of chaotic and destructive fellows. However, compared to those terrifying races that were purely destructive and devouring, the actions of the Western Dragon race were still within the scope of Pan Lin's acceptance. How are the preparations? After a while, the Apocalypse Lord looked at the Chaos Noble race. Pan Lin's heart trembled as he hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, all the Chaos fleets have been sent out. Basically, there are no major obstacles. The connection between the Spirit Sea and Divine Marshal has been established and is now approaching. It won't be long before these two huge upper realms collide with a bang." Speaking of this, Pan Lin had a smug look on his face. The Chaos Noble race could be said to be the most proficient in this kind of secret technique. I hope I won't have to wait too long. The Apocalypse Lord glanced coldly at Pan Lin. Pan Lin's heart turned cold, but he still smiled. "Your Majesty Apocalypse, please don't worry. As the Spirit Sea devours more worlds of various sizes, the speed will increase." "Very good." The Apocalypse Lord's eyes flickered as he spoke. This matter has been settled. We only have to wait for the right time. We have plenty of time. Next, you will explain the secret technique of the Chaos Noble Race to me. I have always admired the secret technique of the Chaos Noble Race. Under the gaze, Pan Lin's face stiffened. How could he say no? Chapter 1580. This was a secret technique of the primal chaos aristocrats. This was a secret that was not passed on to outsiders. Other than the experts of the primal chaos aristocrats, it was not passed on to outsiders. The humiliation in Pan Lin's heart could not be washed away. Pan Lin now regretted rashly stopping the Spirit Sea Lord. If not for that, he would not have ended up in the hands of the Apocalypse Lord, where he could not even die. I hope the experts of the clan can see some of the marks left behind and come early. This chaotic region is more remote and barren than I thought. In the chaos, the origin divine realm, the Spirit Sea, the Shenwu continent, the Eastern Barren Upper Realm, and the Emperor Shi continent. Hundreds of huge chaos fleets were heading towards this region. Chaos District 9 is the most barren region far away from the chaotic swirling sea. What's there to complain about? On a huge chaos battleship in the middle, several majestic and imposing figures were conversing. One of the figures was hidden in a hazy fog. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued. Moreover, it may be barren now, but it may not be barren in the future. This chaos epic, 129,600 minor epics, is about to end. According to the law of the Chaos Sea's fate transfer, the next central area of the chaos might be this barren District 9. Who can say for sure? I really envy the immortal universe. The universe is perfect and immortal. No matter where the fate transfers, it will be one of the central areas of the chaos. One of the voices sounded envious. The other figures were silent, but there was no lack of envy in their eyes. The immortal universe was the legendary void universe. It was perfect and contained perfect innate laws. Most importantly, it would not be affected by the flow of fate in the chaos epics. Unfortunately, there are only a few high-grade immortal universes, even in the central area of the Chaos Sea. Among the 10 major races of the chaos, only the terrifying race that was ranked first had the chance to upgrade a high-grade universe to an immortal universe. There's no need to envy. The current plan is to find the whereabouts of the primal chaos aristocrats. According to the deduction of the elders, the primal chaos aristocrats might have found a target that is suspected to be the next place where fate converges. We can't let the primal chaos aristocrats get ahead of us, the previous expert said indifferently. He paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, this time, it's not just our clan. The powerhouses of the Titan royal family have also sensed something and are rushing towards District 9. Titan royalty? Many experts looked at each other with solemn expressions. The Titan royal clan might not have an advantage in numbers, but they were extremely powerful individually. They were ranked in the top 3 of the top 10 chaos clans, and they had far more sovereigns than some of the top 10 chaos clans. Speed up. Let's finish investigating the area of District 9 as soon as possible and figure out the whereabouts and purpose of the nobles of chaos. As soon as he finished speaking, many cultivators were stunned. The Chaos Fleet began to speed up in the direction of the Origin Divine World, in the Sky Demon Great World, in the depths of Tianan Volcano. At this moment, the 4 saint gods of the Phoenix clan had gathered. Ancient God Imperial Flame, Ancient God Paluo, Scarlet Flame Sacred God, and the 17th ranked Scarlet Phoenix Master. According to the reaction of the Phoenix Ancient Mirror, another member of the Greater Thousand World Realm was born in the Spirit Sea. The Scarlet Phoenix Master's beautiful face flashed with a faint smile as she looked at Ancient God Imperial Flame, Ancient God Paluo, and Ancient God Scarlet Flame. She sat on a fire magma divine throne in the center. The giant golden parasol tree's fiery red branches and leaves swayed, sprinkling flames. Around her were bright red fire crystals that had cooled down. Luxurious, majestic, and majestic. Tell me your thoughts. Since a member of the Greater Thousand World realm has been born in each major world, according to the tradition of the Phoenix clan, we naturally have to summon our clansmen back to our ancestral land to pay respects to our ancestors. Scarlet Flame, sacred god, said with a frown. The Phoenix clan was not a small clan in the chaos space, and they had their own rules. Any member of the Phoenix clan who had broken through to the Greater Thousand World realm had the right to return to their clan and pay respects to their ancestors. Ancient God Imperial Flame shook his head slightly. I'm afraid it's very difficult. The Spirit Sea is now under the control of the primeval sacred god, and I'm afraid he won't let anyone go easily. Scarlet Flame, sacred god, said after a moment of silence. The primeval sacred god has just offended the nobles of chaos and the Western Dragon clan. You probably won't want to offend the Phoenix clan. Ancient God Imperial Flame and Ancient God Paluo looked at each other and smiled. The strength of the Phoenix clan was not something an ordinary god system could compare to. Like the Violet Jade Dragon Lord of the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan had also produced an ancient existence at the third step of the sacred god in the Chaos Space Ninth Zone. This was not something a mere Spirit Sea god system could resist. There were many experts in the chaos space, and a major world were nothing more than remote villages or small islands in the eyes of the true chaos space races. Although the primeval sacred god was a genius and had reached level 17 at such a young age, he was not enough to intimidate the older factions in the chaos space, where experts were as numerous as the clouds. On the Magma Divine Throne, the Red Phoenix Master nodded slightly and said with an indifferent expression, "If that's the case, then send someone to the Spirit Sea God system and let them go." Above the Spirit Sea, the Chaos World tree had expanded greatly. Its enormous branches blotted out the sky, and the various major worlds looked like countless mysterious branches and leaves on the Chaos World tree. Its branches exuded a vigorous and powerful aura. Dense chaos essence swirled around it. It was much more powerful than the chaos origin tree of the primeval era in the Spirit Sea. In the primordial era of the Spirit Sea, a powerful forefather had wielded the chaos world tree and used it to create an extremely talented divine race that dominated the myriad worlds and suppressed countless other races. However, even when the Chaos World Tree had descended in the primordial era, it hadn't been as majestic, tall, or vigorous as the one before them. One of the branches of this chaotic world tree had been injured, withered, and fell off. However, just a single piece of withered essence of life had attracted more than a dozen peerless divine emperors to fight it out. The one who'd obtained the branch had broken through to the great divine emperor realm in just a few hundred years. At the center of the primal chaos world tree's crown, Qin Feng sat on the divine throne with a strange look in his eyes. Strange phenomena appeared in the 3 flowers above his head. Countless purple clouds rolled. Qin Feng's divine sense was one with the primal chaos world tree. He could feel the growth of the primal chaos world tree. Ever since the birth of the darkness origin sacred land, the fusion between the Overgod space and the Spirit Sea had finally reached its final stage. Today, he sensed an unprecedented change in the depths of his nascent spirit. Chapter 1581. Buzz Buzz. Silently, there seemed to be a torrential current that flowed in Qin Feng's body through the great Tao's 3 flowers the instant the Spirit Sea and the Creator Space merged. Rumble. At this moment, the gods in the Lingxiao celestial court saw a layer of dazzling light erupt from Qin Feng's body as he sat on the divine throne under the Chaos World Tree. This was not the ordinary brilliance of the sun, treasure, or divine ability, but the materialization of the laws of heaven and earth. It was like a boundless sun. Normally, some of the experts who were stationed in the heavenly court's main hall would find it hard to open their eyes. Even several quasi-greater world realm experts felt a stinging pain in their eyes, not daring to open their eyes. Some of the gods even began to solidify their divine bodies under the brilliance of the laws, as if they were being petrified by the laws. All the experts were shocked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An invisible collision occurred in the void, as if two pieces of iron were crazily squeezing each other. A power that could shake the myriad worlds surged. The final fusion of the creator space and spirit sea has begun. In the depths of the underworld, the earthly sovereign Wang Daoi and the sun-star phoenix ancestor immediately discovered the source of the change. Complex expressions flickered in their eyes. Once the spirit sea completely dominated the last part of the spirit sea, they could not tell what they were feeling. Were they feeling a little more joy or a little more unwillingness? Immediately, fervent looks flashed across the two sacred gods' faces. Such a change was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Leave some people to guard the underworld. Everyone will take turns to go to the Lingxiao celestial court to comprehend the laws. The sacred god of the earthly sovereign said indifferently. His figure directly appeared in the Lingxiao celestial court, and a divine light appeared on his body to protect a large number of experts. The rich brilliance of the laws was endless to powerful beings, as it was equivalent to directly comprehending the laws. But to some weaker beings, it was highly toxic. They could be transformed by the laws at any time and die. With the protection of the sacred god of the earthly sovereign, some of the experts who felt that their divine bodies could not be petrified immediately left the range of the brilliance of the laws. Under the cleansing of divine power, they slowly recovered their flesh and blood. However, many of the experts' faces were pale. It was obvious that the scene just now had frightened them greatly. Your Majesty, earthly sovereign, your Majesty ancestor Phoenix, what is going on? A powerful god emperor looked at the earthly sovereign's holy god and the Phoenix ancestor's holy god. This was a divine emperor of the Thunder sect. Just now, his true body was almost petrified. There's no need to ask. Comprehend it well. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of you. The Emperor of Earth glanced indifferently at the immortal emperor who had spoken. His divine sense immediately sank into the rich and direct light. In the light, he seemed to see the collision and fusion of the two wills of the world. The innate law of life and death manifested around him, turning into a book of underworld manifested by the nine nether divine light. This kind of change? Dragon Emperor of the East Sea, Evernight Goddess, Inji, Wulei Emperor, Absolute Beginning Divine Lord, Sangxiong Crown Prince. Many experts of the Heavenly Court sensed the changes in the depths of the Heavenly Court through the divine thrones above the Heavenly Court. After instructing their subordinates to maintain order in the Spirit Sea, their true bodies hurriedly appeared above the Lingxiao celestial court. Although most of his mind was filled with information about the fusion of the Overgod space and Spirit Sea, Qin Feng still paid attention to the Lingxiao celestial court's great hall. He saw many experts petrified by the law of life and death around him. He wanted to attack, but when he saw the earthly sovereign, the Phoenix ancestor, and the others appear one after another, he immediately gave up on the idea. Instead, he wholeheartedly accepted the Spirit Sea's origin law after the fusion of the Overgod space and Spirit Sea. His mind and body were empty, without joy or worry. His Tao heart was sparkling like a wuxia, and he threw away all distracting thoughts. He was like a sparkling and translucent crystal, greedily absorbing the benefits of the fusion of the Overgod space and Spirit Sea. An extremely vast light wheel appeared behind his head. Within the light wheel, the vast illusory world seemed to be struck by a copious amount of origin power and was rapidly solidifying. However, the Spirit Sea's wheel of heavenly Tao alone wasn't enough to digest the benefits. Bang, bang, bang. Another origin rushed into Deshang's perfected born Tao aptitude. Qin Feng's born Tao aptitude started to change. The divine light around Qin Feng's body surged violently like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Kacha, kacha. Visible to the naked eye, the born Tao aptitude started to petrify. His born Tao aptitude couldn't withstand the feedback from the Spirit Sea's origin. Every inch of his flesh and bones were baptized by the origin and started to petrify. Even the 33-faced over-God Godhead, connected to the 3 flowers of Tao in his body, started to petrify like the sun after devouring a huge amount of origin. Qin Feng frowned. Although this petrification made his Tao aptitude stronger, it was actually going astray. Channeling the God force of laws in his body, he slowly refined the origin of the primal chaos God lattice inch by inch into his flesh, bones, and bones. Rumble. The God power in his body started to surge like a river in a flood. Qin Feng had to use a secret technique to compress the surging rule divine power. This compression caused his God power to turn into golden lightning divine fire on his flesh and skin. Lightning flashed and divine fire intertwined. Rumble. It was abnormally terrifying. A trace of God power could pierce through the heavens. However, the nourishment of the origin of the spirit sea was endless. His body changed back and forth between petrification and flesh and blood. Every time his body was restored to flesh and blood, his born Taoism aptitude became stronger. After a few times, Qin Feng's born Taoism aptitude began to show traces of lightning-like divine light of the Great Path. After a few times, it started to transform into a terrifying Great Tao divine ring. Extreme Tao aptitude. On the chaotic world tree, the pink-robed which saw it clearly. A trace of envy could be seen in her eyes. The extreme Tao aptitude was one of the most powerful born Tao aptitudes in the chaos. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. This was a terrifying Tao aptitude that was beyond the realm of a perfected born Tao aptitude. It already contained a trace of immortal characteristics. She had seen many level 18 experts, but as far as she knew, only 1 or 2 had cultivated such an extreme Tao aptitude. Perhaps only by obtaining a complete upper realm of the 33 skies and receiving feedback from the origin would one have the opportunity to cultivate such a terrifying Tao aptitude. Experts who had cultivated such an extreme Tao aptitude would surpass their peers in all aspects, be it combat strength or other aspects. Qin Feng didn't know what an extreme Tao aptitude was. He only knew that he could turn the spirit sea into his own domain and his personal property. As the god of creation and the master of the spirit sea, the feedback he received was too great. He finally understood why those chaotic saint gods fought so hard for the spirit sea. Chapter 1582. The benefits were too great. Before, Qin Feng's strongest attribute had been his primordial spirit. His soul had been refined by the innate rules and was extremely powerful. But now his physical body was rapidly catching up to his primordial spirit after being nourished by the origin of the spirit sea. His body was strong enough to crush ordinary experts of the same level. The strength of his soul and divine body wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Moreover, the metamorphosis was still ongoing. It even seeped into the depths of his bloodline and affected many existences beneath it. The divine tree realm was a great world centered around the world tree of life. In the wilderness, an enormous silver moon loomed over the entire great world. The Silver Moon clan and the Nether God clan were the dominant clans here. With the help of the divine tree realm, the Silver Moon clan and the Nether God giant clan had grown rapidly over the years. The Nether God giant clan had the Spirit Sea Lord as their backer. They were the Spirit Sea Lord's trusted subordinates, so they had always been successful. The Silver Moon clan was different. Their foundation was the Silver Moon God Emperor of the divine tree realm. Above the enormous silver moon, the fragrance of osmanthus flowers wafted through the air. Immortal palaces stood in great numbers. In the Guanghan Palace at the center, as Qin Feng's innate Tao aptitude transformed into an ultimate divine body, a graceful and cold figure immediately sensed the change. The Silver Moon God Emperor opened her eyes from her comprehension of the origin laws. There was a hint of surprise in her clear, watery eyes. She used her slender hand to caress her bulging belly. In an instant, she sensed that her child's vitality had increased by more than 10 times. There was also an extremely powerful origin within it. Mother. Vaguely, she seemed to hear two affectionate, tender, and joyful voices. For a moment, her beautiful eyes froze, as if she were dreaming. Gradually, a smile appeared on her beautiful face, and a thick, motherly radiance emerged from the corners of her eyes. The Earth Swamp Continent. In the newly built Cloud Lake City, Qin Feng's bloodline was once again reforged after his breakthrough. Countless terrifying auras erupted from the Qin clan in Cloud Lake City. Streaks of extremely powerful auras erupted like boundless thunderbolts. This is, in several secluded cultivation areas, Qin Qingwei, Qin Qingyan, Qin Qinghong, and the other elders of the Qin clan opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock as they sensed the explosive increase in power in their bodies. There seemed to be endless potential in the depths of their bloodlines. Innate rule fragments flowed into their souls from their bloodlines, combining with their souls and condensing into an even more powerful origin ability. However, this sudden increase did not have any side effects. He only needed time to completely digest it and master the innate rules in his mind. Not only the land swamp continent, the Qin family led by Qin Gang in the Myriad Star Field, and the Qin family disciples led by Qin Shou in the Northern Spirit region all felt their bloodline boiling. Many god kings saw a terrifying figure at the source as their blood boiled. An endless stream of light poured into the bodies of the Qin family disciples through the source of their blood. The closer one's bloodline was to that terrifying figure, the more radiance one would receive. On the contrary, the thinner one's bloodline was, the less radiance one would receive. However, no matter how few of them there were, some of the Qin family's disciples with the most marginal bloodline had also become high-level innate gods. Most of them had become innate deity kings. There were even a few like Qin Gang, Qin Shou, and the others who were originally the closest to Qin Feng's bloodline. They all became innate deity emperors. For a moment, the Qin family's disciples were all shocked. If there were any experts from the chaos space here, they would know that another origin celestial race was born. The origin celestial race was born strong. Almost all of them were born as high-level innate gods. Some of them were even born with the power of innate deity kings or even innate deity emperors. Not to mention fairness and unfairness. This kind of unfairness existed in every world. For example, the Phoenix race, the Dragon race, and the Golden Crow race were all origin celestial races in the chaos space. However, the origin celestial races were born in every world. Due to the different rules of heaven and earth in every world, they would show different potentials and even evolve differently. Some of them would slowly weaken after generations of reproduction. Some of them would even have their bloodline mixed and eventually become weak like a chicken. Qin family's origin celestial race wasn't very strong, but the 10 great races in the chaos space all started from this step. With the origin celestial race's bloodline as the foundation, they could merge all kinds of skills and evolve the origin celestial race's unique bloodline. On the chaos world tree, although he was busy refining the origin celestial race, Qin Feng, as the source of the origin celestial race, saw the changes in the origin celestial race's bloodline clearly. The changes were beyond his expectations. Speaking from the bottom of his heart, he really didn't want to turn Qin family into an origin celestial race. Oh well, when the 2 children are born in the future, they'll need a family to protect them. Qin Feng thought. This way, evolving an origin celestial race wasn't a bad thing. He was multitasking. As he pondered, the 3 flowers of the great Tao above his head swayed. As more and more origins were refined, more and more fortunes were absorbed by him. The last strand of primordial violet qi above the 3rd flower of the great Tao was finally refined. Flowing light flowed, and the 3rd Tao flower turned into a pure primordial purple lotus. Vaguely, there were countless law fragments that Qin Feng sent into the primordial purple lotus. They were absorbed by the primordial purple lotus. This was the most crucial step to breaking through to rank 18. It was to accommodate billions of universe God laws and nurture one's own innate primordial law. This step was extremely difficult. Qin Feng sent the countless law fragments into the primordial purple lotus. They were melted by the primordial purple qi, and there was no movement at all. Qin Feng had already merged with the spirit sea and started to control the spirit sea completely. The countless law fragments in the spirit sea were under his control. So many law fragments were sent into the primordial purple lotus, but there wasn't even a single bubble. Even so, Qin Feng's expression didn't change. He had just completely controlled the spirit sea, and it was just the beginning. With the entire spirit sea as a foundation, Qin Feng believed that it wouldn't take long for the primordial Tao lotus to truly start nurturing its own innate law. In a mysterious continent. This was a continent that belonged to the middle of the many outer planes of the spirit sea. This was one of the bases of the famous resistance army in the spirit sea. There were many experts from the resistance army gathered here. At the center of the continent, in the base, there were countless experts surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through. In the middle of the hall, an altar appeared. The altar seemed to be made of bronze. It looked ordinary, but there was an extremely terrifying divine light contained within it. Young master, can this really break the seal of the spirit sea god system? Several towering figures looked at the slightly younger figure with a trace of anticipation, a trace of hope, and a trace of reverence and respect that came from the depths of their hearts. These figures gave off an aura that was as deep as the abyss, and there was a faint fluctuation of law fragments. These weren't ordinary experts. These were several quasi-greater thousand-world realm experts. Chapter 1583. More than half of the core experts of the resistance were here. The young expert in the middle looked at the crowd and said calmly, "I'm of humble birth, and it's far from what everyone present here can compare to. When I first started cultivating, it was even tested that I didn't have the slightest aptitude for cultivation, and I was a genuine trash physique. If it wasn't for this altar, it would absolutely be impossible for me to walk to this step in 4,000 to 5,000 years and suppress everyone present here." Several quasi-world level experts heard this, and greed flashed across their eyes. However, when the young expert looked at them, they suddenly felt a chill down their spines. They knew very well that this young man's strength was not comparable to ordinary quasi-world level experts. With that magical altar, even the Genesis primordial spirit of the past could not compare to 1/10 of this person's strength. They had personally experienced it. Hundreds of years ago, this person relied on that strange treasure and single-handedly killed his way into the nest of the resistance. At that time, the resistance did not only have a few quasi-world level experts, but also a lineup of powerful quasi-world level experts. However, they were suppressed by this person with a raise of his hand. The young man's figure was hidden in a thick glow, and no one could see his face clearly. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. If he had not sensed that the spirit sea had been completely controlled by that person, he would never have exposed the bronze altar so early. The bronze altar was his biggest trump card. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at the quasi-world level experts present. However, these people had been planted by him, and he was not afraid that they would expose the existence of the bronze altar. The origin of the bronze altar was extremely mysterious. Even if it had been 4,000 to 5,000 years, the young man was not particularly clear about the grade of the treasure. It was just that this treasure was found by him from a stream when he was abnormally down and out. There were two main functions that he had found out. The first function was to trade with unequal value. He could sacrifice some worthless novelties to the altar in exchange for some extremely rare elixirs, spiritual roots, cultivation methods, and even godheads, spiritual treasures, and fragments of the precepts of heaven and earth. He could even trade for the highest position in heaven and earth, the position of the emperor, and the high and mighty position of the heavenly emperor. It was this ability that had allowed him to walk step by step from being a piece of trash without any cultivation aptitude in his family, from an extreme period of time to where he was today. The second function was to summon an alternate world. He had only discovered this function not long ago. No, he had already made use of this function. In the past, he had always been able to use this altar to travel through unknown worlds with his divine sense to train and collect treasures. As long as this altar existed, his spiritual consciousness would be able to enter those worlds and be reborn from death countless times. Originally, he had only been able to use his divine will to travel. Not long ago, he discovered that he could summon the real bodies of those worlds. The young man's mysterious eyes flickered with a hint of a sigh. He knew that if he wanted to progress further, he would have to fight the overlord of the spirit sea sooner or later. However, he always knew that he was weaker than the overlord of the spirit sea and that he needed to grow in secret. One day, he would at least be able to stand on equal footing with that existence. Only then would he break through in one fell swoop and appear under the sunlight. He could even take over the entire spirit sea in one go. What a pity! The young man's eyes flickered. Now that the overlord of the spirit sea had merged with the spirit sea, he had no choice but to act. Once the overlord of the spirit sea completely took control of the spirit sea, his identity would be exposed sooner or later, and he would become a turtle in a jar. His eyes flickered with a hint of darkness. He took a deep breath, and his body returned to its original appearance. Is everyone ready? The quasi-greater world level experts hurriedly nodded. One of the quasi-greater world level experts waved his hand, and immediately a dozen black-robed experts escorted dozens of experts forward. Their faces were numb, but their eyes were filled with terror. God Kings. These were all experts above the God King level, and some of them were famous figures in the spirit sea. These God Kings all came from side sects or families of the spirit realm. I even have a few God King experts under the spirit sea divine system. Many of the God Kings had their primordial spirits sealed, and their minds were unable to function. They were like dead objects. The God Kings were tied to stone pillars. Below the pillars, with the altar in the center as the center, formed an extremely complicated and ancient circular plaza. After all the God Kings were bound, the God Kings were bound. One of the quasi-golden world level experts glanced at the young man on the high platform. The young man waved his hand slightly. Seeing this, the quasi-golden world level expert nodded immediately. In the next moment, streaks of blood-red light shot out from the stone pillars that helped the God Kings. The blood-red light was accompanied by the wails of the unwilling souls as they rushed in all directions, trying to escape. On the altar, the young man looked at this scene calmly, as if he was already used to it. Under the stone pillars, countless streaks of light flowed out, turning into raging waves, and in the blink of an eye, the God King's souls and blood essence were sucked dry. After the dozens of God Kings were sucked dry, countless streaks of light flowed out from the stone pillars, like mercury flowing into the complicated runes below the stone pillars, and like flowing blood, it extended to the bronze altar in the blink of an eye. The entire bronze altar suddenly shone with a hazy light. Within the light, one could vaguely feel a connection with a certain world. The young man's eyes were slightly solemn. The bronze altar could summon one world at a time, but the size was random. Moreover, according to the size of the world summoned, the cooldown time would be different. If it was just an ordinary small world, the cooldown time would be about 1 or 2 years. If it was a large world, the cooldown time would be more than 10 years. If it was a greater world, the cooldown time would be more than 30 years. If it was a 33 skies upper world, the cooldown time would be even longer, and the next summoning would take at least 100 years. What the mysterious powerhouse hoped for was to summon a huge 33 heavens upper realm this time. A new 33 heavens upper realm would be integrated into the spirit sea. At the very least, it would be able to delay that person's control of the spirit sea for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. It would be wonderful if there were holy god powerhouses from the 16th or 17th order great thousand worlds in the 33 upper realms that had been summoned. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Chapter 1584. Several quasi-world level experts from the Resistance looked on. Bronze lights swirled above the bronze altar. One could see billions of stars in the hazy light. In a huge world, a stream of light fell like a ripe melon and quietly broke away from the influence of the huge world. In the dark and deep sky, a shooting star with a long blazing white tail tore through the night sky. It was a world that had been summoned by the bronze altar. With the mighty power of the bronze altar that had broken through billions of primordial chaos. Almost instantly, a stream of light wrapped around an undercurrent in the depths of the primordial chaos ocean and entered the spirit sea without a sound. It's here! It's here! A look of anticipation flashed across the eyes of the quasi-world level powerhouses of the Resistance, as well as that mysterious young man. The young expert closed his eyes slightly. However, it was only a moment before the young expert opened his eyes. A trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. A greater world has merged into the spirit sea. On the chaotic world tree, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Divine lightning roared all over his body, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. During this period, many worlds of various sizes had merged into the spirit sea. However, there was only one greater world. The merging of a greater world was very sudden. Qin Feng felt a little strange. He looked over and saw that it was a huge greater world. The greater world was wild and barren, and there were also countless living creatures living in it. The experts in the greater world were not very strong. Qin Feng even sensed that there was not a single true god aura. However, this world that has suddenly merged into me is very familiar. Qin Feng sensed slightly. Part of the situation in the greater world could not escape his eyes. He had once obtained a part of the memory from a transmigrator in the divine tree realm. The greater world was a world in the transmigrator's memory. As for why those mythical and legendary worlds would appear and materialize, there were too many miracles in the primordial chaos ocean. Nothing was impossible. It was a world with the power system of the immortal Tao. With the appearance of this greater world, Qin Feng could feel that the budding immortal Tao nomological laws in the spirit sea had greatly improved. Moreover, countless immortal Tao precepts rushed toward the great wide world and rapidly integrated into it, causing the immortal Qi in the great wide world to become even denser. A portion of the cultivators of the immortal Tao precepts improved greatly in strength. At this moment, in the spirit sea, some of the God system experts who cultivated the immortal path immediately sensed the arrival of the great thousand world on the side of the immortal path. The faintly discernible attraction made many experts on the side of the immortal path feel as if they had found the legendary immortal world. In the Zhangqiang Crown Prince's residence, the Zhangqiang Crown Prince emerged from his seclusion. His entire body was brimming with dense clear light. Ethereal immortal qi filled the air, making him look like a supreme being of the immortal Tao. The moment the great wide world charged into the spirit sea, the convergence of the celestial Tao laws startled him. The person with the highest attainment in the celestial Tao. He was also the only expert in the spirit sea who had reached the level of a quasi-upper-class world with the power of the immortal Tao. The immortal realm has been born. He opened his eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed through them. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the place where he had been cultivating in seclusion. His figure reappeared above countless planes. The great thousand world that had just appeared exuded a dense radiance of the immortal path. It was incompatible with the many planes around it. The immortal realm. The Zhangqiang Crown Prince's eyes lit up. In the void, the immortal path providence in the spirit sea poured into the great thousand world. While refining the new great thousand world, it vaguely made the great thousand world even larger. Some of the immortal Tao laws even infected some of the planes around it, turning them into natural subsidiary worlds of the great thousand world. In the future, this great thousand world would very likely become the center of the immortal path in the spirit sea. The immortal path has finally sprouted. The Zhangqiang crown prince's eyes trembled, showing the excitement in his heart. In the spirit sea, all those who cultivated the immortal path revered his father, the Dragon Ocean Sovereign, as the ancestor of the immortal path and the master of all immortals. However, as the only quasi-world level expert on the immortal path side, if he could obtain this great thousand world, he would definitely become an immortal sovereign and control the immortal path. With the support of the immortal path providence, there was no doubt that his chances of becoming a sacred god would greatly increase. A great thousand world born from the immortal path's laws. The center of the immortal path. In the sky court, the sacred god Phoenix ancestor and the sacred god earthly sovereign immediately sensed the changes. The two sacred gods looked at each other, and they could see the sigh in each other's eyes. With the birth of this great thousand world, the new immortal path's laws would definitely be able to gain a firm foothold and slowly grow stronger. Sooner or later, a sacred god of the immortal path would be born. We're so lucky. Some of the pre-heaven gods who were above the god spirit level and practiced immortal Tao were overjoyed. They stopped what they were doing or emerged from secluded meditation and headed toward the kiliacosm of worlds they were in. It looks like we demon gods should start planning as soon as possible and establish our own sacred ground of the demonic path. The firmament demon emperor murmured to himself in the depths of the demon realm. In the depths of the resistance, many quasi-world level experts and the mysterious young expert looked darkly at the group of Khanate gods who'd arrived from the periphery of the great thousand world. Damn it! The quasi-world level experts gnashed their teeth in anger. They'd gone to great lengths to summon a great thousand world, but instead of creating an opportunity for them, the Spirit Sea Divine branch had taken advantage of it. The quasi-world level experts' faces darkened when they recalled that the great thousand world they'd spent so much effort to summon had been taken advantage of by someone else. The mysterious young expert didn't look too good either. He glanced coldly at the experts who'd gathered around the great thousand world. Spirit Sea Divine branch, one day I'll take everything back from you with interest. Atop the Chaos World Tree, Qin Feng was deep in thought. With the integration of a new great thousand world, Qin Feng found that his control over the Spirit Sea was once again blank. He'd seen through the actions of some of the Khanate gods, but didn't pay them any heed. Instead, he began to mobilize the power of the inescapable net to refine and cleanse the great thousand world. The refinement wouldn't take long. The Spirit Sea's origin was enormous. The newly arrived great thousand world would soon be completely refined and assimilated into the Spirit Sea. He could feel that with this refinement, more fate was flowing into the three flowers of the great path above his head. The fourth strand of primordial purple chi began to merge into the three flowers of the great path. His strength was improving bit by bit. Two divine domains open around him. Purple chi was hazy, and countless law fragments poured in. The third primordial law of primordial purple chi showed signs of budding. Chapter 1585. This kind of change became more obvious as Qin Feng's mastery of the Spirit Sea increased. However, Qin Feng still had some doubts about the new immortal Tao realm. It didn't seem like the new immortal Tao realm had been born by the chaos alone. Judging from its cultivation system, it seemed more like a subsidiary immortal Tao realm. So the question was, how could such a subsidiary immortal Tao realm leave the immortal Tao realm and come to the Spirit Sea? It was a funny question. It was as if a subsidiary immortal Tao realm had suddenly run away. Would the Spirit Sea let it go? The answer was obviously no. On the throne of the Chaos World Tree, Qin Feng divided his mind into two. One part received feedback from the Spirit Sea's origin and nurtured its own Khanate rules. The other part merged with the first of the three flowers of Tao, the 18th rank gray lotus on the Tao lotus, which represented the Khanate rules of creation, spun, and merged with a gradually perfected Dharma body. With a flash of light, a gray figure flew out of the Tao lotus. His face was the same as Qin Feng's. He was tall and slender, with a straight back and long hair like a waterfall. His aura was like that of a fiend god, but there were some subtle differences. Qin Feng's aura was tolerant, gentle, and contained a hint of indifference, alienation, and self-restraint. The gray-robed figure, on the other hand, had an extremely cold aura. His eyes were like the lofty, heavenly Tao that looked down on all living things. This was the three-flower incarnation, the signature ability of a 17th level expert. The three flowers of Tao combined with a Khanate rule to create a three-flower incarnation. However, the three-flower incarnation usually needed a supreme treasure to take form. The Khanate creation incarnation relied on the 18th rank lotus throne of creation. As soon as he took form, he had the strength of a peak 17th level expert. True form. The creation incarnation looked at the spirit sea lord on the throne. Qin Feng looked at the incarnation. It had merged with the Dharma body and the 18th rank lotus throne of creation. The Dharma body's wheel of the heavenly Tao and the spirit sea hadn't reached its peak yet and still had a lot of room for growth. You are the three flowers incarnation of my three flowers incarnation. You have fused with the heavenly Tao Dharma body and the 18-grade lotus seat of fate. You are the innate master of the innate rules of creation and the heavenly Tao of the spirit sea. From now on, you are Taoist Linghai. As soon as Qin Feng's voice fell, the innate creation incarnation's body completely solidified. Taoist Linghai greets you, he Jimin. Taoist Linghai smiled. Qin Feng nodded to himself. To a certain extent, Taoist Linghai already possessed complete and independent intelligence. In the words of Tao sect, he was Qin Feng's three corpses incarnation. Since you've already materialized, you can make a trip there. All right, he Jimin, I'm going. Taoist Linghai cupped his hands towards the throne. His figure flashed, and he disappeared silently from the Lingxiao Hall. Qin Feng nodded. After slaying Taoist Linghai's three flowers incarnation, his mind seemed to have become even clearer, and his cultivation improved further. Most importantly, Qin Feng realized that with Taoist Linghai's departure, there seemed to be less of a disturbance in the nurturing of the innate rules, and the speed of its growth sped up. After leaving the Lingxiao celestial court, Taoist Linghai headed straight for the immortal Tao realm. From afar, he could see many Khanate gods sitting cross-legged outside the immortal Tao realm. Immortal light sprinkled across the void, and some of them had even moved their own grotto heavens and blessed lands, or even immortal kingdoms, to the immortal Tao realm. These immortal Tao powerhouses were very bold. If it had been any other faction in the ununified upper realm, such a move would have made it easy for their enemies to lock onto their immortal kingdoms and strike them down. But now, the Spirit Sea divine system was almost a force to be reckoned with throughout the Spirit Sea. Even some powerhouse factions that didn't belong to the Spirit Sea divine system wouldn't dare attack their divine kingdoms, immortal kingdoms, or Buddhist kingdoms for no reason. At the moment, the immortal Tao realm hadn't been completely refined by Linghai, and the many immortal kingdom powerhouses couldn't descend with their true bodies. Many of them had moved their immortal kingdoms outside of the immortal Tao realm to make it easier for them to descend with their consciousness clones. Taoist Linghai, on the other hand, didn't have such taboos. With a flash of his figure, he ignored the rejection of the immortal Tao realm and entered it. Taoist Linghai's true body descended without a sound, his gaze looking into the distance and his consciousness sweeping out. Ancient forests and wilderness appeared as far as the eye could see. Immortal Qi was hidden in the void. Originally, the world's spirit Qi should have been average, and most of it was acquired. But after falling into the spirit sea and being refined, great amounts of Khanate spirit Qi emerged. Taoist Linghai glanced around, then vanished into the wilderness beneath his feet. A few days later, he appeared in front of a small town. His figure was like a streak of light. Ordinary living beings, even those who were successful in their cultivation, couldn't see his true body. His gaze was fixed ahead. That was the famous Mount Qingyun of the immortal Tao realm. It was also the location of the Mount Qingyun sect, the leader of the orthodox sects of the orthodox sects. It stretched for hundreds of miles, with undulating peaks and white clouds surrounding the mountainside. From afar, one couldn't see the true appearance of the peak. Taoist Ling Hai's gaze flickered. After a few days of understanding, he also had a partial understanding of the immortal Tao realm. There were some cultivators in the immortal Tao realm who understood the destiny of the heavens and earth. Even though they were mortals, they wielded immense power, borrowing the power of various secret treasures and magic items to shock the heavens and earth and the power of lightning. Some of the more advanced cultivators were rumored to have lived for thousands of years without dying. However, there were almost none who cultivated the immortal Tao. This was a greater immortal Tao realm whose high-level legacies were almost cut off. However, it was vast and had the potential to become an immortal world. The divine lands was vast and boundless. The Central Plains was rich and fertile. 80 to 90% of the world's population lived here. The barren lands of the east, south, west, and north were filled with dangerous mountains and rivers. There were many ferocious beasts, poisonous creatures, and barbarians who ate their fur and drank blood. Since ancient times, there were remnants of the primordial age who lived in the barren lands. They hid in the deep mountains and valleys and lived for more than 10,000 years. Although the high-level legacies of the immortal Tao realm had been cut off. However, cultivators in the immortal Tao realm were as numerous as the carps in the river. Especially in the vast divine lands, there were many extraordinary cultivators in the world. They were either sold to the royal family or were honored guests of the wealthy marquises. There were many different methods of cultivation, and they were all different. However, the method of immortality had yet to be found. Therefore, whenever there were powerful spells, flying swords, and treasures that could prolong one's life appeared in the heavens and earth, there would always be a bloodbath. The plot of the world of celestial slayers had already entered the later stages. With just a little calculation, Taoist Ling Hai knew that Zhang Xiaofan had already betrayed the Green Cloud sect. Furthermore, when Bai Yao used the Curse of Infatuation to block the immortal slaying sword for Zhang Xiaofan, her soul was destroyed by the immortal slaying sword. Only a part of her soul was left. In the past 10 years, to save Bai Yao and bring her soul back to life, Zhang Xiaofan changed his name to Ghost Li and carried the burden of countless killings. He was unscrupulous. However, the world of celestial slayers now was a little different from the world of celestial slayers that was influenced by Taoist Ling Hai. Outside the world of celestial slayers, many powerful cultivators of the celestial kingdoms descended and began to talk about the immortal Tao transcendence mantras. The familiar plot was already riddled with holes. Many talented cultivators from both the righteous and evil sects were taken in as disciples by the powerful cultivators of the celestial way. Their powers increased tremendously. Zhang Xiaofan, the son of destiny of Buddhism, Taoism, and satanic cultivation, was not having an easy time. In the greater world, there seems to be a celestial emperor. Chapter 1586. Taoist Ling Hai wasn't interested in the world of immortal execution's abilities or treasures. 9 levels of Jade Clear, High Clear, and Grand Clear. However, the Jadian sect guarding technique, the Tao of Taiji Pure, was still unable to condense a strand of immortal energy to become a nascent soul, true immortal. Even a nascent soul, true immortal, was only equivalent to a lesser innate god. As for the war between good and evil, Taoist Ling Hai had no interest in it. There were only a few people that Qin Feng was interested in. One was Zhang Xiaofan, the main character of the Son of Fortune. If he could take in such a Son of Fortune, it would undoubtedly speed up the refinement of the world of immortal execution. The second was a portion of the divine beast races in this world. These divine beast races had great potential, some of which Ling Hai didn't even have. The birth of new divine beast races would be of great benefit to the perfection of Ling Hai's laws. They might even be able to charge into the various wasteland reclaimers of the divine system. They would multiply and be rewarded as mounts for the divine system experts. The third was the experts hidden in the depths of this world. Ling Hai was trying to find the coordinates of the upper realm in the upper reaches of this world from these existences, or simply determine whether they were strong or weak. Why would they suddenly come to Ling Hai? Was there a conspiracy? Taoist Ling Hai frowned and glanced at the Jadian sect. Within the Jadian sect, there was an ancient spiritual beast, the water Qilin. After pondering for a moment, Taoist Ling Hai's figure flashed and appeared in the depths of the Jadian sect. As the leader of the righteous path in this world, the Jadian sect had its own style. Mountains were majestic and palaces stood in great numbers. Ethereal palaces sat in the depths of the clouds, surrounded by clouds. Occasionally, there would be a few auspicious cranes flying across the sky, circling endlessly. It was like a sacred realm of immortals. Taoist Ling Hai's figure went up the jade steps at the bottom of the Jadian sect like a gust of wind, passing through the Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge spanned across two huge mountains. Below it was a bottomless abyss surrounded by clouds and mist. At a glance, one could suddenly stretch out the heavens and earth, the image of a broad heart and mind. With a slight glance, Taoist Ling Hai's figure appeared directly above a huge pond beside the Rainbow Bridge. He directly revealed his true body, wearing a gray robe, his long hair draped over his shoulders. His gaze was indifferent as it locked onto the pond. "Come out!" Along with his words, the water Qilin's voice, the pond's water Qilin the pond, the water Qilin the pond. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the center of the pool. A moment later, a huge wave rose to the sky, and a giant light blue figure leaped out of the pool. "It's Ling Hai. S is Qilin's Hai. S is sect blue Hai. At the same time, in the Jade Clear Hall, many of the Qing Yun sect disciples felt the commotion and walked out from the various halls. They saw the water Qilin on the square and the gray-robed Taoist in front of the water Qilin immediately. At the same time, Qing Yun sect's 6 peak masters with the highest cultivation, Dusk Peak Master Taoist Tianri, Morning Sun Peak Master Qi Yuhong, Wind Return Peak Master Zheng Shu Chong, Small Bamboo Peak Master Shui Wei, Big Bamboo Peak Master Tian Boli and his wife, Dragon Head Peak Master Cong Song, Tong Tian Peak Master, Qing Yin Sect Master Daxian Jinren had all rushed over from various peaks. At the same time, there were many blue cloud sects heaven's prides of this generation. Tong Tian Peaks Xiao Yi Kai, Dragon Head Peaks Chi Hao, Tian Ling, Lin Jingyu, Big Bamboo Peak Song Darren, Wu Dai, Zhengdali Hidaji, Dubi Shu, Little Bamboo Peaks Lu Sweki, Fengwang Peaks Zheng Shushu, Sun Peaks Shun Tiando, and others also appeared in front of the Jade Clear Hall. At this time, many experts were looking at the horizon. Their faces were aghast. The purple gas above the square was dense. The purple gas came from the east for 30,000 miles. This was clearly a phenomenon that only appeared when the most divine and holy saints descended. Taoist Ling Hai's gaze looked around and landed in front of the many Qing Yun sect disciples in front of the Jade Clear Hall. With just one look, many of the Qing Yun sect experts felt a terrifying pressure from their hearts. Almost instinctively, their legs went soft and they all knelt on the ground. The 6 peak masters, including Qing Yun sect master Daoxian Jinren, were trembling in their hearts. Their entire body was drenched in sweat. They only felt that their mana that had just broken through to the grand pure realm was like an ant under that pressure. They could be sure that as long as that existence was willing, with just a glance, he could completely annihilate Qing Yun sect. Taoist Ling Hai only took a glance and then retracted his gaze. His gaze landed on the tall water Qilin in front of him. That water Qilin naturally knelt on the ground and lowered its head meekly. A pair of big eyes turned, as if it was trying to curry favor with the gray-robed man in front of it. As an ancient spiritual beast, a wild species, its intuition was much more sensitive than the average cultivator. It could clearly sense that even if Qing Yun's sect's founding master Qing Yunzi and Qing Yi founding master were resurrected, they would not even be 1/10,000th of this gray-robed man in front of it. You have some spirituality. My gift to you is not in vain. Taoist Ling Hai chuckled. With a point of his finger, a bit of connate water origin appeared. At the same time, a Qilin clan's origin inherited cultivation method was sent into this big guy's body. I hope you don't disappoint me. The water Qilin was extremely spiritual. Once the connate water origin entered its body, it felt comfortable all over and could not help but let out a joyous roar. It felt that its origin had increased greatly and could be reborn in an instant. A dense spiritual energy rushed out of its body and countless scales fell off. Following the cultivation method that was sent in an instant, one of the elixirs in its body was forged into 9 transformations. It almost broke through the celestial boundary in one step. For a moment, it could not help but be overjoyed. Many of Qing Yun's sect's experts stared blankly at this scene. They saw that the gray-robed man only waved his hand, and the Qing Yun's sect's guardian spiritual beast's mana broke through the sky and caused a change in the weather. That huge pressure was even more terrifying than when Reverend Daoxian used the celestial slaying sword not long ago. This is an existence that is even more terrifying than those immortal Dao almighties. He might be the legendary immortal Dao emperor or even the immortal Dao ancestor. Qing Yun's sect must seize this opportunity. If we can become the immortal Dao ancestor's direct disciple, we need not fear those immortal Dao almighties. Taoist Song, Reverend Daoxian, and the rest of the Qing Yun sect's experts were shocked. Then their eyes lit up. Amidst their fear, a wild ambition was born in the depths of their hearts. However, they soon discovered that such wild hopes were futile. Under such a terrifying pressure, their bodies were practically trembling, and they couldn't even move their fingers. That water Qilin got the benefits. After venting, it rubbed its head against Taoist Ling Hai. It bent its knees and looked at Taoist Ling Hai with its big eyes. You want to be my mount? Taoist Ling Hai raised his eyebrows but smiled. Big guy, with your current strength, I'm afraid you're not qualified. Cultivate well. Taoist Ling Hai smiled. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Seeing the gray-robed Taoist disappear, the water Qilin's eyes were disappointed. Taoist Ling Hai's words hit it hard. On the other side, the people of Qing Yun's sect felt that with the departure of the gray-robed man, a huge pressure suddenly disappeared. Many experts sat on the ground and could not get up for a long time. Many of the Qing Yun sect's disciples rejoiced as if they had escaped death. Compared to the rejoicing disciples, Reverend Daoxian, Taoist Song, and the rest of the Qing Yun sect's experts felt more pity than joy. Such a huge opportunity, and Qing Yun's sect missed it. Many of the Qing Yun sect's elders felt bitter. Now in the world, the rumored experts of the Celestial Kingdom had already descended. Many sects were in an era of change. Many of the small sect's disciples were under the tutelage of some of the Celestial Kingdom's almighty figures and were rising rapidly. Qing Yun sect was originally conceded because of its position as the leader of the orthodox sects and missed out on some opportunities. Now, many of the small sects were catching up. Chapter 1587. A few days after Taoist Ling Hai's departure, news of an unparalleled master descending upon Emerald Cloud Mountain and enlightening the primordial spirit beast, the water Qilin, spread across half of the Divine Prefecture. Emerald Cloud Mountain was the leading sect of the righteous path. Even the slightest rumor would spread far and wide, not to mention the arrival of an unparalleled master of the immortal path. The entire Divine Prefecture was abuzz with the news. Countless sects, large and small, were bewildered. The Poison God sect, Hall of Longevity, Hall of Blood Refinement, and a number of heretical sects were active to investigate. After leaving Emerald Cloud Mountain, Taoist Ling Hai gazed at the vast wilderness and fell into deep thought. In the immortal execution world, there weren't many primordial spirit beasts born of primordial divine beast bloodlines. The Eastern Sea Kuei, the Blackwater Serpent of the Dead Soul's Abyss, the Tautai of the Savage Beast God Cave, the Yellow Bird outside the Death Pool, Celestial Emperor's Treasury, the Guardian of the Demonic Sect's Wildland Shrine, and the Nine-Tailed Fox suppressed by the mystical Fire Mirror. Among them, the Eastern Sea Kuei was already dead. In addition, the Guardian of the Demonic Sect's Wildland Shrine, the Torch Dragon, was half dead. The Demonic Sect's leader, the Ghost King of the Ghost King sect, had been plotting to use the blood of the 4 divine beasts to refine supreme magic. The remaining ones were the Blackwater Serpent, the Tautai, the Yellow Bird, and the Nine-Tailed Fox. The Nine-Tailed Fox was a sentimental creature, suppressed by Funxiang Valley's 8 Barons Fire Dragon formation. Qin Feng didn't care for the Nine-Tailed Fox either. He had a nine-tailed celestial fox that had followed him for 5,000 years. Now, Qin Feng had become the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor. The remaining ones were the Yellow Bird and the Blackwater Serpent. The Yellow Bird possessed the bloodline of the Phoenix. When the Phoenix ancestor's gaze fell upon the great 1,000 realms of the immortal Tao, his gaze had already landed on the Yellow Bird. It probably already had an inheritance. The last remaining one was the Blackwater Serpent. In the Spirit Sea, the Blackwater Serpent clan had long been enlightened by Qin Feng, the Lord of the Spirit Sea, into the 9 underworld's Dragon Clan. Without the Blackwater Serpent clan, Taoist Ling Hai's eyes flashed as he had an idea. With a flash of light, he vanished from where he stood. Fox Divergent Mountain, the lair of the leader of the evil path, the Ghost King sect. In their base, the few remaining evil disciples were looking out of Fox Divergent Mountain in panic. Over 100 righteous sects of various sizes had joined forces to attack Fox Divergent Mountain. Some righteous faction disciples overflowed with their mana, causing the weather to change. This kind of strength was already comparable to some of the sect elders who had cultivated for more than 200 or 300 years. He also had a powerful Dharma artifact in his hand that unleashed immense might at Fox Divergent Mountain without any scruples. On Fox Divergent Mountain's side, they were in low spirits. By relying on the array formations and traps in their lair, they could not last much longer. Many Ghost King sect members had exhausted their dermic powers, and their faces were pale. There was a trace of resentment in his paleness. When had the Ghost King sect ever been so cowardly? Sect Master, these righteous faction disciples have all improved greatly after listening to the teachings of the Immortal Path's mighty figures. They have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. The poison goo and poisonous fog traps on the outer layer of Fox Divergent Mountain have almost been destroyed. The disciples can no longer hold on. If this continues, our entire Ghost King sect will die here. A tall and beautiful woman dressed in black looked at the mountain rock. She stood with her hands behind her back as she looked at the middle-aged man outside the mountain. The middle-aged man had an extraordinary temperament. His hair was white, and he had an elegant temperament. Sect Master, the Vermilion Bird Emissary is right. We only have one choice now, and that is to retreat to the Wildlands Shrine and rely on the complicated terrain of the Wildlands, as well as the countless poisonous insects and danger zones, to contend with the righteous faction sects. A low voice sounded. Where there's life, there's hope. The owner of the low voice was a figure shrouded in a black robe. Mr. Ghost was an extremely mysterious existence among the Ghost King sect's elders. Many of the Ghost King sect's elders were slightly anxious, but more of them were angry. All these years, ever since the Ghost King sect received Ghost Lee's help, it could be said that they had been successful in every endeavor. Who would have thought that at this time, there would be a group of powerful beings who claimed to be the Immortal Path's mighty figures from the upper realm giving a sermon? And they did not like these demonic faction disciples. One by one, the Ghost King sect's elders looked at the Ghost King anxiously waiting for the Ghost King's sect master's decision. In an ordinary stone room, the decorations were simple and plain. In a long passageway outside, many Ghost King's sect disciples hurried through. Occasionally, there would be injured Ghost King's sect disciples who let out heavy panting sounds as if they could not bear the burden. A faint smell of blood came from the long passageway outside. Many Ghost King's sect disciples had stopped breathing. There were also some disciples who were panting with difficulty. Their will to live was shocking, but it could not save their lives. In the stone room, on the icy jade platform in the center, a beautiful woman in green clothes was lying there quietly, as if she was sleeping in the silence of death. A black-robed youth silently stared at the beautiful woman on the jade platform. He tightly gripped a black iron staff and stared blankly at the woman on the jade platform. His cold and sharp face that was filled with killing intent softened. His eyes were as gentle as water as he foolishly stared at the beautiful woman who no longer had any signs of life. It was as if that beautiful and peaceful face was the memory of his life. Zhang Xiaofan. Do you want to revive her? Kiki. At this moment, in the secret room, a cold voice with a strong, evil, and dark aura suddenly sounded. Taoist Ling Hai's figure appeared hundreds of miles away from Fox Divergent Mountain. He looked at Fox Divergent Mountain from afar and frowned slightly. From afar, he saw a huge wave of demonic qi descending from the sky and landing in Fox Divergent Mountain, directly finding Zhang Xiaofan. There were not many people in the demonic realm who had such pure and terrifying demonic qi. Looks like I don't have to do anything. Taoist Ling Hai's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. His gaze swept over the periphery of the immortal execution world. A large demonic realm appeared there, where terrifying great demonic gods faced off against numerous immortal Tao experts. Those were the experts of the demonic realm. Their leader was the master of the demonic realm, Demon Sovereign Firmament. The two sides used the immortal execution world as a chessboard and began a game of chess, vying for the sovereignty of this world. The demonic Tao had undoubtedly chosen the Ghost King sect as their leader, the demonic Tao. Taoist Ling Hai's eyes flashed as he glanced around, then disappeared from Fox Divergent Mountain in a flash. When he reappeared, he was in the Dead Swamp. The Dead Swamp was a famous and dangerous place in the immortal execution world. Stagnant water overflowed here, and countless extremely poisonous miasma shrouded it. Countless poisonous mutants lived here. Even some of the most vicious villains of the demonic Tao, the disciples of the Poison God sect who were known for their poison arts, couldn't stay here. When Taoist Ling Hai reappeared, he was already at the center of the swamp. In the center of the swamp, which was filled with deadly poison, was a terrifying giant tree that looked like a chaos world tree. Chapter 1588. Without the protection of magic treasures, the terrifying poisonous aura was enough to easily poison ordinary prime, clear realm cultivators to death. However, to Taoist Ling Hai, a mere bit of poisonous gas couldn't do anything to him. Not to mention this bit of poisonous gas, even those terrifying poison arts in the Poison God Canyon that could poison God emperors to death couldn't touch him in the slightest. Taoist Ling Hai gazed at the massive ancient tree. The ancient tree towered into the skies, covering the sun. Its leaves were like a canopy, swaying gently in the wind. It was as if the entire Death Pond was enveloped by this ancient divine tree. However, while this ancient divine tree was massive, Taoist Ling Hai felt that it was just an empty frame. It was as if the essence within had been hollowed out by parasites, turning it into a mere decorative frame. Taoist Ling Hai's figure flashed, appearing on the crown of the divine tree. Within the dense canopy of leaves, there was a massive stone door. On the stone door, there were 4 ancient faint golden seals. The Heavenly Emperor's treasury. It was rumored that the Heavenly Emperor was an ancient peerless expert who dominated the world. the 5 wordless heavenly scriptures were the legacies left behind by the heavenly emperor. Just this legacy alone gave birth to the Buddha, Taoist, devil, and countless other branches of the immortal execution world. It could be said that he was the ancestor of the entire cultivation world of the immortal execution world. Looking at the ancient door, Taoist Ling Hai waved his sleeve. A formless force blew in like a spring breeze, instantly opening the massive stone door. Within the depths of the stone door, dense spiritual qi was abundant. Innate with spiritual qi, Qin Feng's gaze flickered, landing at the center of the tree hole. There was a gigantic wooden stake there, and in the center of the wooden stake there was a small bowl. Within the bowl, an amber-like liquid flowed, and a jade-like cylinder was spinning. Innate wood spirit qi and innate wood spirit qi could be said to be the most precious treasures nurtured by the heart of the divine tree, the ancestor of all trees. Any cultivator who refined it could greatly expand their potential and stimulate their bloodline. It could be said to be a treasure. However, Taoist Ling Hai had seen plenty of such treasures. Within the spirit race, many elders had nurtured them. That cheap son of his, the Tsang Qiong Crown Prince, would offer him treasures every few days. There was no lack of such precious innate wood essence in the treasury. Sweeping his gaze across the tree hollow, Taoist Ling Hai's eyes flickered with a strange light. With a wave of his sleeve, a wave of divine power blasted into the tree stump. Rumble. As if the earth and mountains trembled, the tree stump emitted rays of golden light that pierced through the skies. Even outside of the death pond, the massive phenomenon. In the golden light, a mysterious and distant whisper suddenly echoed, like the chanting of the Buddhas in the surpassing realm of the spirited mountain, or the resentful murmur of a lonely soul that had wandered in the 9 serenities of hell for billions of years. Taoist Ling Hai looked at this scene coldly. After a moment, the words suddenly disappeared. The moment the words disappeared, the whisper turned into a solemn chant. That dazzling golden pillar of light suddenly erupted like a volcano, blazing towards the sky of the celestial emperor's treasury. Then, with the sky as the center, it spread towards the walls around the tree hole. Under the illumination of the golden light, one by one, golden ancient seal script after another appeared on the walls. The strokes were bold and vigorous, as if they were flying dragons. They flew around Taoist Ling Hai. Taoist Ling Hai's gaze fell on the bee-like, golden ancient seals. There was a strange look in his eyes. This was the most legendary heavenly tomes inheritance in the immortal execution world. It was the 3rd volume of the heavenly tomes. He glanced at it. The heavenly tomes' ancient scroll was indeed the source of cultivation for all things. It didn't have specific words, but it contained the most fundamental mysteries of the vast 1,000 worlds. Cultivators would be able to comprehend the most suitable cultivation method for themselves from it. It's quite mysterious, but it's still useless to me. Taoist Ling Hai chuckled. He didn't look at the ancient seals, but at the center of the tree stump. His 5 fingers grabbed at the air like an eagle's claw. The tree stump exploded, and a pale, golden spiritual light fell into his palm from the tree stump. It was a broken brand. In the brand, there was a terrifying aura of domination. It was only a faint trace of aura, but seemed to have blasted the entire tree hollow and completely destroyed the divine tree. However, Taoist Ling Hai's palm was like a huge world, firmly suppressing it. As if it had sensed the stimulation of the terrifying aura, the pale golden brand that had fallen into a deep sleep showed a trace of spirituality. I am the supreme God of creation of the world, the desolate heavenly emperor. Who dares disturb my slumber? A dignified and slightly angry voice came from the brand. It could be heard that this voice was quite unhappy to have been forcibly awakened from its slumber. There was also a trace of irrepressible anger. In fact, it was indeed very angry. Since the primordial age, its supreme divine body had been shattered by a peerless expert, leaving only a trace of its soul brand to escape disaster. It had been hiding in a divine tree for many years, using the tree to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to nourish its soul brand. Almost every time it woke up, its soul brand would dim a little, and it would be a little closer to being completely destroyed. God of creation, the desolate heavenly emperor? That's quite a big name. Taoist Ling Hai sneered. Listen carefully. I am the God of creation Ling Hai, the holy God of chaos, Taoist Ling Hai. At the same time, there was a huge pressure on the pale golden brand. God of creation Ling Hai, the holy God of chaos. The brand that called itself the desolate heavenly emperor was instantly dumbfounded. A pair of pale golden eyes opened completely, looking at the gray-robed figure in shock. This person's background was even bigger than his. The title of God of creation Ling Hai was one thing, but the holy God of chaos was incredible. At his peak, he was only a quasi-world level, quasi-great thousand-world god, and was still a step away from becoming a 16th level great thousand-world god. Senior Ling Hai. The desolate heavenly emperor instantly withered, and hurriedly retracted the golden light all over his body, turning into a wretched middle-aged man in golden robes. He wore the 9-5 Emperor Dragon robe, and looked very dignified. However, when he faced Taoist Ling Hai, his smile was more wretched and flattering. Your Majesty Ling Hai, you have entered this world because you have taken a fancy to my great thousand world. Your Majesty Ling Hai, please don't do anything. I am willing to submit and offer up my great thousand world. Chapter 1589. Taoist Ling Hai found it rather difficult to adapt to the fact that he'd become so obsequious and despicable in the next moment. Still, Taoist Ling Hai was quite pleased with how tactful the savage Celestial Emperor was. Atop the Chaos World Tree, when the creator of the immortal execution realm, the savage Celestial Emperor, was the first to submit, the refinement of the entire realm was completed in a single stroke. The immortal execution realm's instinctive resistance completely dissipated. A surge of fortune converged. On the central throne, 3 flowers appeared above Qin Feng's head. More than half of the 4th strand of primordial violet qi was refined in the blink of an eye. Within the 3 flowers, the images of many worlds floating and sinking could be faintly seen. It was an extremely grand vision. Only the master of a world could see the changes of the Qinkun world and the birth and destruction of the greater thousand realms. The appearance of a greater thousand realms was extremely beneficial to the origin. Apart from this greater thousand realms, there were many other worlds of various sizes pouring in. They were all bursts of newly born fortune. The enormous benefits became the greatest foundation for Qin Feng and the many experts of the Spirit Sea divine system to improve. Over the years, most of the wasteland reclaimers under Qin Feng's command had stopped exploring the chaos of the 9th District. Their main focus was now on the worlds of various sizes pouring into the Spirit Sea. They'd completely digested the worlds that had poured into the Spirit Sea. It was also thanks to the assistance of the many experts of the God system that Qin Feng was able to control the Spirit Sea stably and was not afraid of the impact of the many worlds. His gaze fell upon the immortal execution realm. As it was completely refined, the competition between the immortal and demonic Tao experts for the immortal execution realm had reached a white-hot level. Qin Feng glanced indifferently and didn't pay much attention to it. His gaze fell upon the 3rd strand of primordial chaos. As Taoist Ling Hai slashed out, Qin Feng gradually realized that he seemed to have taken the wrong path. Before nurturing his own primordial chaos, he should first slay 2 avatars and create 2 avatars of connate primordial chaos. Only then would he be able to eliminate the interference of these 2 laws. In fact, this was somewhat similar to the 3 corpses slashing technique passed down by Tao ancestor Hongjun. The 3 corpses slashing technique passed down by Tao ancestor Hongjun was to slash one's own good, evil, and one's own obsessions. When slashing obsessions, one's obsessions could be entrusted to various connate spiritual objects and create avatars with boundless magic power. Buddhists could also be entrusted to their own transcendence golden avatars, which was also immensely powerful, but it was somewhat inferior to connate spiritual objects. After severing the three corpses unification. The three corpses combined, the avatars, and was the avatar could create billions of billions, and was only one step away from the great Tao of the great Tao. To the Tao heart was of the Tao, transcendence was clear the Tao. With the three corpses after entering the 16th level, not only would he be able to create 3 more clones with similar combat strength, but with the birth of the Dharmakaya, he would also be able to combine with the Dharmakaya, giving birth to endless mysteries. When the was the God of being, was God of the God, 3 of God of it, could be said to be a direct path to eternity. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. After becoming the 12th connate Buddha, Lord of the Buddhism sect, he also received a part of the Buddhism sect's true inheritance. The Buddhism sect's transcendence golden avatars was based on the 3 corpses slashing technique. In fact, in Qin Feng's opinion, destroying the 3 corpses slashing technique was only the beginning of the great Tao. There was a more mysterious part of the Tao heart realm behind it. It was fine for him to slash the 3 corpses slashing technique at level 17, but as his strength increased, so did the 3 corpses obsession. However, for Qin Feng, as long as he had merit, it was not too difficult to slash the 3 corpses slashing technique. His gaze landed on the 2nd lotus of the Great Path. With the complete control of the spiritual sea, the 2nd lotus of the Great Path had already reached the 9th level. The lotus of the Great Path swayed, and a silver-gray book emitted a mysterious silver-gray light. The connate spiritual treasure universe book. This was the best object for slaying the 2nd corpse obsession. With a thought, Qin Feng directed a portion of the source energy that he received from his spirit sea into the 2nd lotus flower of the Great Path. He followed the Buddhist secret method of condensing the Dharma Laksana true body and reverse-engineered the 3 corpses secret method. Senior, this is the spirit sea world you created? It's so powerful? Outside the immortal Slayer major world, 2 streams of light flashed out as Taoist Ling Hai and the savage Celestial Emperor appeared in the void. After exiting the immortal Slayer major world, the savage Celestial Emperor immediately sensed the vastness of the spirit sea. In the void, 3,000 rules roared like giant dragons, and a lofty 7 connate rules were faintly discernible. At the same time, as a former peak quasi-world expert and an ancient existence no weaker than the Genesis primordial spirit Pan-Yuan, he immediately sensed countless terrifying auras faintly rising in the void of the spirit sea. Just around the immortal Slayer major world alone, there were several auras no weaker than his peak. There are so many quasi-world experts. The savage Celestial Emperor narrowed his eyes, a trace of shock flashing through his eyes. As the master of the immortal Slayer major world, he was also born in a huge immortal Tao universe. However, the immortal Tao universe was definitely not as prosperous and terrifying as this strange universe. At a glance, in the center of the universe, numerous connate spiritual lights flickered, and countless powerful auras covered the sky like smoke signals, declaring their sovereignty and domain. Taoist Ling Hai glanced at the savage Celestial Emperor. He felt a little regretful. Although the savage Celestial Emperor was born in an upper world, his soul had been shattered by a peerless expert after his defeat. This remnant soul imprint also benefited from the nourishment of the immortal Slayer major world, which was why he had been struggling at death's door until now. However, there were no complete coordinates of the immortal Tao upper world. With a move of his palm, countless light shadows emerged. Mountains, rivers, and lands appeared above his palm. Choose a place to nurture yourself. With your aptitude, as long as you can be born completely, you'll have a chance to continue to break through to the 16th level of the greater thousand world realm. If you succeed in your cultivation, you'll have a place in the divine system again. Taoist Ling Hai said faintly. As long as one was loyal and had aptitude, Qin Feng had never been stingy with his rewards. Taoist Ling Hai glanced at the savage, celestial emperor. Although there were many experts in the Spirit Sea divine system, most of them had just entered the divine system not long ago. Benefits came first, and there was no need to talk about loyalty. An existence like the savage, celestial emperor was just right to be taken in as a confidant. Taoist Ling Hai hoped to nurture a greater thousand-world realm expert who was truly a confidant of the Spirit Sea sovereign. Chapter 1590. Savage Celestial Emperor naturally understood Taoist Ling Hai's intentions. Taoist Ling Hai didn't hide his intentions. Savage Celestial Emperor didn't care because he had no other choice. His soul mark was broken, and without a body to nourish it, it would crumble and vanish into thin air. Soon, he picked a new place of spiritual beauty, the 9 skies of the Spirit Sea. 9 skies, clear chi swirled within, and he chose one of them, the Khanate Genesis Chi. This Khanate Genesis Chi was all-encompassing and most compatible with the Heavenly Scrolls' true teachings. With the innate Tai Shi's Chi in the innate 5 Genesis origin, he would be an innate Tai Shi Celestial Emperor. It wouldn't take long for him to reincarnate and ascend to the 16th level. In that case, I'll have to trouble your majesty. When I reincarnate one day, I'll be sure to follow your majesty and repay your majesty's kindness. Savage Celestial Emperor's fawning expression vanished, replaced by a solemn expression as he bowed respectfully. Go! Taoist Ling Hai nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force wrapped around the desolate Celestial Emperor's brand, piercing through countless planes and sending it into the depths of the 9 heavens, into a massive ball of primordial chi. When Savage Celestial Emperor's soul mark entered the Khanate Genesis Chi, it began to absorb the Khanate Genesis Chi and turned into an ancient, grayish-black banner. It gradually turned into a giant egg and took root in the depths of the 9 skies, vanishing without a trace. Eternal treasure, the Khanate Genesis banner. Not bad at all. Taoist Ling Hai's eyes flashed with a smile, and he looked up at the Chaos World tree's branches. Countless worlds of various sizes hung on the branches like leaves. Some of the resistors' bases were among them. Apart from observing the newly assimilated immortal Tao, he also had another mission, to investigate the resistors' bases and destroy them in one fell swoop. With a flash of light, Taoist Ling Hai's figure tore through the fabric of space and vanished in the blink of an eye. In the Ling Shao celestial court within the Chaos World Tree, Qin Feng saw Taoist Ling Hai's every move clearly from his throne. As the god of creation of a greater thousand world, the savage heavenly emperor's potential was no weaker than that of the Spirit Sea's god of creation, Pan Yuan. It wouldn't be long before he would have another powerful god under his command. In the Ling Shao heavenly court, as the creator space and the Spirit Sea completely merged not long ago, the vision gradually dissipated. Many experts had already returned to the various spirit regions in the Spirit Sea. The bustling Ling Shao celestial court seemed to have calmed down quite a bit. Following the complete fusion of the creator space and the Spirit Sea, the Origin's feedback also ended. Vaguely, Qin Feng's aura soared. Every move he made had a might that far surpassed his peers. At this moment, there were still many powerhouses of the divine system training in the hall. The palace of the Ling Shao celestial court was very strange. It seemed to be at the center of the chaotic world tree, but it was actually built directly on the origin of the Spirit Sea. The manifested deity positions were all directly connected to the origin. It could be said that this was the place closest to the Spirit Sea's laws. Apart from a few origin sacred lands, no other expert's paradise could compare to this place. At a glance, the tall deity seats were like the sun and moon, stretching to the horizon. They were divided into 2 rows and truly looked like a supreme realm of gods. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the depths of the distant void. At this moment, the entire Spirit Sea was under his control. Even the heavenly emperors of a world were no more than this. If it weren't for the resistance and the missing chaos-level son of destiny, it might have been perfect. He could slowly wait for the innate primordial laws to be perfected. That's not right. There's still the Western Dragon Divine System's Doomsday Lord and the Nobles of Chaos. On the deity's seat, Qin Feng's expression turned cold. The Doomsday Lord and the Nobles of Chaos were like ticking time bombs. Especially the Doomsday Lord, a third-step primordial chaos divine god. After suffering a great loss in the Spirit Sea, he probably wouldn't let this matter rest. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Recently, he had received some news from the great demon world's supreme mystery dragon lord, East Blue Dragon Lord, and the Eastern Barren Upper World's Life Divine Lord. The Doomsday Lord and the 17th level Primal Chaos Saint God from the Primal Chaos Noble Clan had been running around this Primal Chaos region. Some secret arts regarding the Nobles of Chaos flashed through Qin Feng's mind. The Nobles of Chaos had thousands of secret arts. As the heavens-splitting race, they had many ways to break through even the 33 heavens. Many of them were impossible to guard against. His expression was heavy. In truth, if it was only Pan Lin of the Nobles of Chaos, he would have let it go. But if it was only this person, he could have just killed him. With the addition of the Doomsday Lord, a ferocious primordial chaos divine god, he had no choice but to hold back. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression changed. He suddenly looked up and saw a ray of divine light entering the hall. A golden-armored divine general entered the numinous sky hall. "Your Majesty, the heavenly soldiers outside the northern heavenly gate have reported that there are foreign emissaries requesting an audience." When the Spirit Sea God system was formed, they didn't seal off the Spirit Sea. In fact, there were 4 heavenly gates outside the Spirit Sea that were connected to the Chaos region for foreign emissaries. Not long ago, when Qin Feng broke through to the 17th level, many experts from other god systems had sent people to congratulate him. However, although the 4 heavenly gates were called the gates of heaven and earth, they weren't as simple as just gates. Although they were usually open, they were the gateway to the Spirit Sea. However, if someone tried to barge in, they would definitely be attacked by the Spirit Sea. Even the primordial chaos divine god would be severely injured if he got close. Foreign emissaries? In the main hall, some experts who were meditating in the main hall opened their eyes. Then, they closed their eyes again. Although it wasn't common for foreign emissaries to request an audience, it wasn't something rare either. Looking at the divine general in front of the main hall, Qin Feng opened his eyes. An indescribable divine light flashed across his eyes. His voice was heavy. Did they say which god system they are from? The divine general in front of the main hall asked respectfully. "Your Majesty, the foreign emissary claimed to be the emissary of the Phoenix race." What is the Phoenix race doing here? On the throne, Qin Feng's eyes moved as he thought to himself. Although the Phoenix race wasn't in the top 10 among the many races in the Chaos region, they were still one of the strongest races. If Qin Feng was the king of a mountain, then the Phoenix race was the local tyrant with a long history. Their influence was far beyond what a king of a mountain could compare to. Moreover, the Phoenix race had always been arrogant. They don't wake up early if there are no benefits. I'm afraid it's not something good. Qin Feng originally wanted to send him back, but after thinking about it, he still decided to listen and see what the Phoenix clan was trying to do by running over here so eagerly. He raised his eyes and said with a dignified expression, "Please come in." Chapter 1591. Outside the northern heavenly gate in the Spirit Sea, several Phoenix tribe elders in luxurious robes looked inside the tall heavenly gate. Inside the heavenly gate, there were thousands of rays of divine light, and countless spiritual mountains, palaces, and buildings could be vaguely seen. It's a pity that such a huge 33 heavens didn't fall into the hands of our Phoenix tribe. According to my suggestion, we should ask the Grand Mist Holy God Ancestor in our tribe to take action. Such a huge upper realm is of great significance to our Phoenix tribe. Just wait and see. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This spirit sea might fall into the hands of our phoenix tribe one day. Several elders communicated with each other through divine consciousness. The three phoenix tribe elders had strange looks in their eyes, and their expressions were high. The three elders came from several prominent branches of the phoenix tribe: the purple phoenix, the demon phoenix, and the blue phoenix. The purple phoenix was the thunder phoenix, and the demon phoenix was the wildest and the strongest in physical combat. The blue phoenix had the most members. At this moment, a golden-armored divine general walked out from the heavenly gate. "Elders, His Majesty summons you to the palace. Please." The three phoenix tribe elders looked at each other and secretly exchanged glances. With the divine general leading the way, the three phoenix tribe elders felt that the faint deterrent force outside the heavenly gate had disappeared. When they passed through the northern heavenly gate, the three phoenix tribe elders changed slightly. They felt a terrifying force sweep through their divine bodies and even the depths of their souls. When the expressions of the three elders changed, a cold smile flashed across the corner of the heavenly general's mouth. The three elders' high and mighty attitudes had long made him unhappy. However, he still said, "Don't panic. This is the power of the heavenly court's heavenly mirror. As long as you don't hide anything else, it won't affect you." The three elders of the Phoenix clan did not look too good. They felt as if their insides and undergarments had been pulled off and searched. It was a blatant show of strength. The three Phoenix tribe elders were livid, and they roared in their hearts. However, they were so sullen that they couldn't speak. After checking for a while, the indescribable faint golden light in the void retreated. Only then did the three phoenixes let out a sigh of relief. However, they were still feeling humiliated. With a gloomy face, he passed through the northern heavenly gate. It was as if the stars had moved, and endless starlight flickered. It was as if he had arrived at another world. What greeted them was a huge gate tower. White clouds rolled in, and the scenery inside was astonishing. The pavilions and halls were surrounded by divine light. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light rolled in red, and thousands of strands of auspicious chi sprayed out purple mist. Red muslin clothes, dazzling stars, a hibiscus crown, a golden splendor, a jade hairpin and pearl shoes, and a purple ribbon and gold medallion. The palaces seemed to stretch all the way to the horizon. The innate spiritual energy was so dense that it was tangible. There were billions of galaxies, and the boundless power of the stars fell on the vast and boundless land. The speed of cultivation here was absolutely unimaginable. There were also teams of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in silver armor, traveling through the clouds and the sky. There were also countless beautiful goddesses traveling among the jade buildings. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, as well as the maids of the heavenly court, did not look weak. They were also ferocious. It was obvious that they had fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Around the sea of clouds, there were many spirit mountains floating above the clouds. Spirit beasts ran, and auspicious cranes flew in the sky. The spirit mountains were surrounded by clouds, and there were thousands of colorful rays of auspicious chi. What a grand style! The three phoenixes looked at each other and took a deep breath. The Spirit Sea Divine System was not a country bumpkin, as they had imagined. Instead, it looked abnormally grand. Just the fact that this was a Spirit Mountain-blessed land was shocking enough. One had to know that the Spirit Mountain-blessed land did not support ordinary spirit meridians. The weakest spirit meridians were sacred-grade spirit meridians, and there was no lack of top-tier divine spirit meridians. Among the phoenixes, only prominent branches like the Crimson Phoenixes, the Thunder Phoenixes, and the Demon Phoenixes could support such a treatment. May I ask this heavenly general, is this the legendary Lingxiao heavenly court of the Spirit Sea divine system? Elder Zi Huang could not help but ask. Then, Elder Zi Huang said again, The place where thousands of gods come to pay homage is indeed worthy of its reputation. The heavenly general shook his head and smiled slightly. Esteemed guest, you have guessed wrongly. This is only the first level of the great world where the heavenly court is located. After saying that, he revealed a hint of pride on his face. According to our Majesty, in the future, the heavenly court will have 36 layers of worlds as 36 heavens to protect the central heavenly court. 36 heavens, 36 layers of worlds. The three phoenixes were shocked. Any great thousand world was extremely precious. If an ordinary godly king obtained a great thousand world, it would be a piece of cake for him to cultivate to the godly the archrealm. Even a quasi-great thousand world was not impossible. It could be said that a great thousand world was the foundation of a 16th level world level expert. In the Sky Demon Great World, there were many great thousand worlds, but most of them were occupied by the 16th level world level creator saint gods. They were the foundation of a clan. The Spirit Sea Heavenly Court was extremely extravagant. The Heavenly Court was divided into 36 heavens, and it was vast and boundless. The group walked all the way to the 36 heavens. Everywhere they passed, they saw godly mountains, and there were many shining treasures. The spiritual light that shot into the sky could be seen for thousands of miles. Those were the signs of great treasures being nurtured. There were even godly mountains that were surrounded by white clouds, and innate spiritual light flashed. Those were the signs of innate spiritual roots and innate spiritual items being nurtured. The three phoenixes were dazzled, and they could not hide their shock. Those innate spiritual roots and innate spiritual items in the Sky Demon Great World could only be enjoyed by the 16th level world level creator saint gods of the Phoenix clan. Especially in those godly mountains, there were powerful existences guarding them, and there was no lack of godly emperors, and even quasi-great world-level experts. Their auras shook the sky. After passing through the 36 heavens, they arrived at the noblest place in the heavenly court, the Lingxiao Palace. The grand hall of the divine firmament was decorated with golden nails and jade doors, colorful phoenixes dancing on the vermilion door, and winding corridors. Everywhere was exquisite and translucent, with 3 eaves and 4 clusters, layers upon layers of dragons, and phoenixes soaring in the air. Above, there was a purple towering structure, bright and dazzling, with a big golden gourd on top. The Phoenix clan had always prided themselves on being arrogant and bright. However, when they saw this scene, the 3 phoenixes felt that the Phoenix clan's nest, the Tianan volcano, was like a thatched hut that could not be seen. The most shocking thing was where the Lingxiao Palace was located. They saw a godly tree branch that supported the heavens and the earth, and it was incomparably huge. In the Tianan volcano, the ancestral golden parasol tree that the Phoenix clan was proud of was like a baby under this terrifying godly tree. The World Tree. What shocked the 3 phoenixes the most was the purple gold ancient vine that wrapped around the World Tree. It was like a dragon, and on top of the purple gold ancient vine, there were 7 innate spiritual gourds that were overflowing with colorful lights. They were extremely eye-catching under the purple gold leaves. Chapter 1592. In fact, it wasn't just the 3 elders of the Phoenix tribe. Even the experts of the Spirit Ocean Divine System were stunned when they saw the 7 gourds. Many experts of the Spirit Ocean Divine System had seen the 7 connate gourds many times. These were the best connate spiritual items. If they were refined slightly, they would have a chance of becoming an acquired or connate spiritual treasure. The 3 elders of the Phoenix tribe no longer had any sense of superiority. All that was left was a little arrogance. The 3 of them entered the Lingxiao Palace, surrounded by many experts of the divine system. "Who are you, Your Highness?" "Kneel when you see the ruler." The leader of the group, an extremely majestic white-robed god, snarled coldly. At the same time, a huge pressure came. On the throne, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the three elders of the Phoenix tribe. After a glance, Qin Feng looked away. The white-robed expert was the judgment ancestor god of the judgment divine court of the divine system. As the master of the judgment divine court, he was a quasi-world level expert of the greater thousand worlds. In addition, he cultivated the laws of judgment. The three elders of the Phoenix tribe couldn't resist and were forced to kneel on the ground. The three men's faces were deathly pale, their brows furrowed in anger. Seeing this, Qin Feng waved his hand. It was enough to suppress the power of the Phoenix tribe. There is no need to make enemies with the Phoenix tribe. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, the ancestral god of the judgment divine court was intimidated and stood aside. Rise! The majestic voice of the heavenly emperor sounded from a throne in the middle of the hall. The three elders of the Phoenix tribe heaved a sigh of relief, but their faces were still gloomy. The leader, Elder Zi Huang, looked at the Lord of the Spirit Ocean on the throne. With just a glance, Elder Zi Huang's pupil shrank. She looked like she had just broken through to the quasi-world level not long ago and wasn't considered outstanding among the elders of the Phoenix tribe. Because of a fortuitous encounter in her early years, she had an extremely special ability. Her keen intuition was far above that of ordinary quasi-world level experts. It could even be said that she was on par with some of the greater thousand worlds creators. Apart from going to the Spirit Sea to force the Spirit Sea to hand over the Phoenix ancestor, she also had another mission, which was to investigate the Spirit Sea's ruler. He wanted to see if he had sustained any injuries after clashing head-on with the Doomsday Lord, or if he had made any progress in the 17th stage of the Primal Chaos Holy God Realm. However, with just a glance, Elder Zi Huang could feel a terrifying pressure brewing within it. Terrifying, unfathomable. With just a glance, Elder Zi Huang's spiritual perception was almost shattered. That was definitely much more terrifying than the Scarlet Phoenix Master. She raised her head, and in the next moment, she saw a pair of enigmatic eyes on the divine throne amidst the endless radiance. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Honorable Primeval Emperor, we are the elders of the Phoenix clan in District 9 of the Chaos World. We have received orders from the Origin Divine Realm and the ruler of the Phoenix clan, the Lord of the Red Phoenix clan. Please return to the Origin Divine Realm and pay your respects to your ancestral land. As if she sensed someone calling her true name, the Radiant Saint God, Phoenix Ancestor, suddenly opened her eyes. She glanced in the direction of the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches, and with a flash, she vanished from the Sun Palace. At the front of the Lingxiao King Palace, on the divine throne, endless radiance shone, and an aura that surpassed the 16th stage appeared out of nowhere. The vast aura appeared above the hall. With the protection of the divine thrones, the experts of the god system were fine. However, Elder Zi Huang, Elder Demon Phoenix, and Elder Qing Wan's faces changed drastically, and they could not help but kneel on the ground again. It was an aura that came from the depths of the bloodline, the origin of the upper bloodline. Phoenix Ancestor turned around and looked at the three quasi-greater world realm experts of the Phoenix clan who were completely unfamiliar with her. These three experts of the Phoenix clan could not conceal their extraterritorial aura. At the same time, many experts of the Phoenix clan appeared on the divine thrones behind Phoenix Ancestor one after another. They looked at the experts of the Phoenix clan curiously. Qin Feng glanced at the experts of the Phoenix clan who had suddenly appeared, and his expression did not change. He looked at the three elders of the Phoenix clan and said plainly, Phoenix Ancestor, please return to the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. Don't you know that Phoenix Ancestor is the first saint god of the Spirit Sea divine system? She is also the Sun Lord of the Light attribute. If you ask her to return to the Phoenix clan, is the Phoenix clan trying to poach her from the Spirit Sea divine system? At the end of his words, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with a tinge of sternness. Phoenix Ancestor looked at the Spirit Sea sovereign with a strange expression, and the experts of the Phoenix clan also had different expressions. The three emissaries of the Phoenix clan were frightened, and they felt a tinge of murderous intent. Elder Qing Wan quickly explained, "No, no, Your Majesty, you have misunderstood us. We have no such intention. According to the rules of the Phoenix Clan, any member of the Phoenix Clan who has broken through to the 16th stage of the Creator Saint God must return to the ancestral land and pay respects to the ancestor. Only then can they obtain the complete inheritance of the 16th stage of the Creator Saint God. Inheritance above the 16th stage of the Creator Saint God. Phoenix Ancestor and the experts of the Phoenix Clan were moved. It was undeniable that this condition was tempting. Elder Purple Phoenix, Elder Demon Phoenix, and Elder Qing Wan saw the expressions of the experts of the Phoenix Clan, and they looked at each other with a tinge of smugness. For an expert of the Phoenix Clan like Phoenix Ancestor, the orthodox inheritance of the clan was an irresistible temptation. Inheritance above the 16th stage? Do you think that the Spirit Sea Divine System doesn't have any inheritance above the 16th stage? Qin Feng's expression was sharp. Qin Feng's expression was cold. He had known that the Phoenix Clan would not do anything without benefits, but he did not expect them to dare to come to the Spirit Sea Divine System to poach their members. Your Majesty, although that is the case, this is the tradition of the Phoenix Clan. Please respect the inheritance of the Phoenix Clan and allow Phoenix Ancestor to make a pilgrimage to the origin divine world. Elder Purple Phoenix bowed, neither servile nor overbearing. Hearing this, the coldness on Qin Feng's face disappeared completely, and he looked at Phoenix Ancestor nonchalantly. Since this has always been the tradition of the Phoenix Clan, it is indeed not my place to stop it. However, the pilgrimage is voluntary. I also believe that no one can force the experts of the Spirit Sea Divine System to do so. Qin Feng looked coldly at Elder Purple Phoenix, Elder Demon Phoenix, and Elder Qing Wan. Elder Purple Phoenix, Elder Demon Phoenix, and Elder Qing Wan's hearts skipped a beat. They wanted to say something, but they did not dare to talk back. Phoenix Ancestor, what do you think? Qin Feng's gaze was indifferent. Phoenix Ancestor's expression darkened. At this moment, all the elders of the Phoenix Clan in the Lingxiao Palace looked at her. In all fairness, Phoenix Ancestor was willing to leave the Spirit Sea. Compared to the Spirit Sea, the Phoenix Clan in the origin divine world was the holy land of the experts of the Phoenix Clan. The complete inheritance, the protection of the clan, and the secret inheritance of some of the ancient experts of the Phoenix Clan. Moreover, Phoenix Ancestor knew very well that in the chaos, the strength of the Phoenix Clan was not something an ordinary divine system could compare to. Even if the Spirit Sea Divine System had the Spirit Sea Divine World, it could only be considered a local tyrant. It was clear which was more important. However, Phoenix Ancestor was hesitant. She knew very well that the Spirit Sea Divine World's Lord was not a good person. Would the Spirit Sea Divine World's Lord, the Chaos Divine World's Lord, let her go? Phoenix Ancestor did not believe it. Some things could only be obtained when one was alive. Death was the end of everything. Chapter 1593. Seeing Ancestor Phoenix remain silent. Elder Purple Phoenix, Elder Demon Phoenix, and Elder Green Phoenix looked at each other, and their eyes lit up. They knew that the rank 16 Holy God of Light from the Phoenix Clan had been persuaded. All they had to do was add fuel to the fire. Elder Demon Phoenix, who had been silent all this while, spoke in a hoarse voice. Ancestor Phoenix, you don't have to think too much. The Phoenix Clan is one of the top clans in the Chaos world. The friendship of the Phoenix Clan is beneficial to the Spirit Sea. I believe that His Majesty will not make things difficult for the Phoenix Clan. Showing off. This was a blatant show of strength. The three elders from the extraterritorial Phoenix Clan looked at the Spirit Sea Lord respectfully with pride in their eyes. There was a trace of threat in it. In the Lingxiao King Palace, the expressions of many experts changed, and most of them looked at the Spirit Sea Lord, who was sitting on the central throne. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. How dare they threaten him? Qin Feng's expression was indifferent as he faced the various gazes from Ancestor Phoenix and the other members of the Phoenix clan. Of course, we have to show respect to the Phoenix clan. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many Divine Branches experts changed slightly. Many experts were disappointed. However, many experts from the Phoenix clan smiled. They even felt proud from the bottom of their hearts. Even an existence like the Spirit Ocean Lord would have to retreat in the face of the Phoenix clan's immense pressure. Elder Zi Huang, Elder Yao Huang, and Elder Qing Wan smiled. However, Qin Feng changed the topic. However, as far as I know, the periphery of the Spirit Sea is not very safe. Everyone knows that the Doomsday Master of the Western Dragon God system is outside the Spirit Sea. I have to give you a piece of advice. If you are teleported into the Doomsday Master's lair when you leave the Spirit Sea, don't blame me for not warning you. His indifferent voice carried a trace of coldness. In the Lingxiao King Palace, all the experts from the Phoenix clan felt as if they had fallen into a freezer. If Elder Purple Phoenix, Elder Demon Phoenix, and Elder Blue Phoenix were flaunting with a hint of threat, then this Spirit Sea Lord was blatantly threatening them. His meaning was clear. You want to leave? Sure. I won't kill you. I'll just send you to the mouth of the Apocalypse Lord. The Apocalypse Lord was an evil and crazy existence. When it reached his mouth, the many powerhouses of the Phoenix clan seemed to have their lives at stake. Qin Feng chuckled, his gaze landing on Ancestor Phoenix. Your Majesty, Ancestor Phoenix, why don't you set off now and let me send you off? As he spoke, a ball of terrifying light appeared in his palm. Looking at the ball of light, not only did the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace have a change in expression, but Ancestor Phoenix's face also turned pale. She quickly walked out of her god's seat and cowed out. Your Majesty, I've made up my mind. I'm a part of the Spirit Sea God system with the Phoenix clan. I'm a member of the Spirit Sea God system, and I'm a soul of the Spirit Sea God system for the rest of my life. It could be seen that Ancestor Phoenix's expression was extremely ugly when she said that. Even his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The smiles on Elder Zi Huang, Elder Yao Huang, and Elder Qing Wan's faces froze. The entire Soaring Heaven King Hall was silent. What? You're not going? On the god seat, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. Ancestor Phoenix did not speak, but she felt a chill in her heart. Even though she was a rank 16 Greater World's origin saint god, she still felt as though she would die in the next moment under that gaze. Ancestor Phoenix knew that she might have really angered the Spirit Sea God this time. Ancestor Phoenix's heart was filled with fear. Ever since she had broken through to rank 16, Creator Saint God, she had never felt so close to death. It turned out that a rank 16, Creator Saint God was so weak in front of a rank 17, Chaotic Saint God. When Elder Zi Huang, Elder Yao Huang, and Elder Qing Wan saw this, their expressions changed. Your Majesty, however, before they could finish speaking, Qin Feng suddenly turned around and scolded them sternly. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to my Spirit Sea God system and criticize us? If you say another word, do you believe that I won't kill all of us here? Elder Zi Huang, Elder Yao Huang, and Elder Qing Wan's faces turned pale. Under that terrifying aura, they could not say a word, and their faces turned green and white. They were terrified and terrified. Ancestor Phoenix, for the next 10,000 years, you should cultivate well on the Sun Star. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. The Sun Star Master, the Light Origin Holy Land, may have a second master. Qin Feng's eyes were cold. Ancestor Phoenix's face turned pale. Without the Sun Star Master and the Light Origin Holy Land, she, as the Light Origin Saint God, would only exist in name. Ancestor Phoenix left with a group of Ancestor Phoenix experts. Many experts of the Spirit Sea God system sneered coldly. She thought that she could run away as long as she clung onto someone powerful. She was daydreaming. Among the experts of the various god systems, the experts of the dragon race were the happiest. Ancestor Phoenix had been forced into seclusion, and the Phoenix race had lost the support of a saint god like Ancestor Phoenix. How could they be a match for the experts of the dragon race? The number one race of the Spirit Sea still belonged to the dragon race. With the support of the number one race of the Spirit Sea, it would not be long before several quasi-ranked greater world experts of the dragon race had the qualifications to break through to rank 16. If they were lucky enough to break through, even if Ancestor Phoenix came out of seclusion, she would still be inferior to the dragon race. On the throne, Qin Feng looked indifferently at Elder Purple Phoenix, Elder Demon Phoenix, and Elder Green Phoenix in the Lingxiao Palace. You guys get lost too. Elder Purple Phoenix, Elder Demon Phoenix, and Elder Green Phoenix left in a panic. In the outer layer of the Spirit Sea, just as the emissary of the Phoenix race arrived, the experts of the resistance were already preparing for the second summoning. The first summoning of the Immortal Slayer Major World did not hinder the Spirit Sea Lord's control of the Spirit Sea as they had expected. Instead, it brought benefits to the Spirit Sea God system. This made the experts of the resistance angry, but at the same time, they saw hope. They were unlucky this time, but it might not be the same next time. At this time, in the depths of the palace in the huge plain, the bronze altar emitted a bronze radiance. It was connected to the endless chaos, and the bloodstains around the altar had yet to dry. Their eyes blazed as they stared at the bronze altar that seemed to resonate with the mysterious young man. Several quasi-world level experts stood behind the mysterious young man like guards, like stars surrounding the moon. Young master, is it safe for us to hold the summoning ceremony in the same plane twice in a row? One of the quasi-ranked greater world experts was uneasy. He was not the only one. The other quasi-ranked greater world experts were also uneasy. A rank 16, Creator Saint God was already known as the cicada who sensed the autumn wind before it even moved. A rank 17, Chaotic Saint God's spiritual sense was probably even more terrifying, especially when there was an inescapable net to search for them. They were the rats who hid in the dark. Chapter 1594. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten how you survived all these years? Although the heavenly network is very powerful, we have also developed a weapon that can confuse the heavenly network. Otherwise, do you think the resistance would have been able to survive all these years? The young expert glanced at them with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Not to mention that the resistance had already developed some secret techniques to resist the dragnet. The spiritual treasures, such as the bronze altars, were also born with a marvelous ability to block the heavenly mysteries. The Spirit Sea Sovereign was powerful, but he couldn't do anything to a treasure like the bronze altar. The light emitted by the bronze altar grew brighter and brighter. It was like the sun in the sky. This strange phenomenon stunned the experts of the resistance organization. Soon, many of them, including the young expert, became excited. This was an upper realm, a realm of the Tristrimsa heaven. The enormous Tristrimsa heaven came extremely quickly. It was as if two enormous suns had crashed into each other. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, a world-shaking ripple swept across the entire outer realm of the eastern gray space, straight into the Spirit Sea and into the depths of the souls of the trillions of living beings. Rumble. At this moment, the billions of people in the Spirit Sea felt as if their souls had been hit by an earth-shattering explosion. They were stunned. What's this? In the Netherworld, the Lord of the Netherworld, the earthly emperor, Wang Daoi, suddenly stood up from his throne and looked at the Spirit Sea. The East Sea Dragon Palace, the North Pole Isol Heaven Palace, the South Sea Underwater Mansion, the outskirts of the Immortal Slayer World, the Devil Domain, the 18 Hells, the Most High Dao Palace. In the Spirit Sea, the quasi-kiliocosm of world-level experts were staring in shock at the eastern gray space. It was as if an enormous world had crashed into the Spirit Sea's crystal wall. Countless planes in both worlds were shattered. A portion of the Chaos World Tree's branches were also shattered by the destructive impact. On the Chaos World Tree, in the Lingxiao Palace, Many divine systems felt their deity thrones tremble violently, as if they would shatter at any moment. They were extremely shocked and looked toward the void in the east. What's going on? Are several third-step primordial chaos divine gods attacking us? Fear filled the faces of many experts. He could feel the rules he had mastered trembling vigorously from the impact, as if they were going to shatter at any second. The entire numinous Heaven King Palace and even the 36 heavenly realms were shaking and on the verge of collapse. Look, what's that? Amidst the chaos, an expert's cry could be heard. Many experts looked in the direction that the group of experts was looking at. A gigantic orange-red sun seemed to have appeared in the eastern sky. Countless rays of red light rushed towards the spirit sea from the outside. The orange-red ripples were like a shuttle-shaped shockwave, as if billions of suns were exploding violently. Wherever that explosion passed, hundreds of millions or even tens of thousands of planes would shatter, and countless living beings in space-time would be reduced to dust. Many experts felt their scalps go numb. The terrifying shock waves were so vast that the laws of the world were completely flattened. Some godly emperors felt as if their souls had been turned into dust by the terrifying shockwave. Even some of the quasi-world level powerhouses of the greater thousand world realm were pale with fright. The surging orange-red shockwave was boundless and vast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived outside the inner layer of the spirit sea. At this moment, the pupils of all the experts in the spirit sea constricted, and they felt as if they were suffocating. Just then, outside the inner layer of the spirit sea, a black-robed figure appeared silently outside the inner layer of the spirit sea. A sparkling and translucent battle sword appeared in his palm. The godly war sword. The godly war sword slashed out, and a sword light appeared outside the inner layer of the spirit sea. A white sword light. White light filled the eyes of billions of living beings, and even their eyes seemed to have turned pure white in an instant. A sword light that spanned across the entire universe flew towards the huge orange-red shockwave. There was no earth-shattering sound of collision as expected. Silently, the white sword light swallowed the terrifying orange-red light that permeated the vast void of the universe. Wherever the light passed, the great Tao seemed to wander. Wherever it passed, billions of void planes were destroyed and reborn from the destruction. However, this rebirth could not cover up the destruction of the past. The void that spanned billions of miles became extremely clean. Only a few stubborn planes were left in the barren desert, and there were weeds in 2s and 3s. However, even so, the terrifying powers still shocked the billions of living beings in the world. To think that it's this powerful. In the depths of the Resistance's mysterious plane, the mysterious young man's face was extremely gloomy when he saw this scene. To be fair, the impact of the collision between the two upper worlds was something that even he would be severely injured if he were to fall into it. He was confident that even a 16th-level creator saint god would be severely injured in the face of that shockwave. However, the Spirit Sea Overlord had done it so casually. He had cultivated the earth, water, wind, and fire, and turned destruction into creation. Although such a remarkable ability was lifeless, it was earth-shattering in his eyes. In the Spirit Sea, many quasi-world-level powerhouses of the greater thousand-world realm reacted immediately. Their faces twitched, and they swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Where did this upper world come from? Outside the primal chaos. The Doomsday Lord and Pan Lin of the primal chaos noble race were right outside the Spirit Sea. When that foreign upper world suddenly appeared, the Doomsday Lord and Pan Lin were immediately alarmed. The Doomsday Lord was shocked. However, he witnessed with his own eyes that the huge upper world entered the Spirit Sea, and the two crystal walls shattered from the collision. The Doomsday Lord was overjoyed. This is a good chance. His eyes lit up. Now that the two upper worlds had collided, the crystal walls had shattered, and the two upper worlds were entangled with each other. It would definitely create a situation where one was in the other, and the other was in the other. The laws of heaven and earth would entangle and begin to merge, reform, or devour each other until the two upper worlds formed a brand new upper world. However, at the moment of collision, a hole appeared in the crystal walls. Using this opportunity, the Doomsday Lord witnessed the terrifying power of the Spirit Sea Overlord, and his heart skipped a beat. On the other side, Pan Lin of the Primal Chaos Noble Race was shocked when he saw this scene. The Primal Chaos Laws. He actually comprehended a portion of the Primal Chaos Law's power so quickly. The Doomsday Lord gloomily glanced at Pan Lin. Comprehending a portion of the Primal Chaos Laws was no small matter. In particular, he controlled the upper world. Oh, it was a normal upper world's origin. That was enough to pose a threat to the Doomsday Lord, especially now. If his true body descended and entered the two colliding worlds, most of his strength would be suppressed. However, this is indeed an excellent opportunity. The two worlds have collided, and that little ant's control of the Spirit Sea has dropped to the lowest. If my true body enters, my strength will drop, but I'll still be far stronger than that little ant. Moreover, as long as I hide for a period of time and familiarize myself with the laws of the upper world, I'll be safe. Little ant, you won't be able to escape this time. When he thought of the huge Doomsday Law's feedback after destroying two upper worlds, greed flashed through the Doomsday Lord's eyes. He instantly made up his mind. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.